I had more people at my kid's bar mitzvah.
Um, they haven't been passed. Oh no.
That's what I'm trying to.
Yeah, no.
Like, what I'd like to do. Better.
Wait, all of your exhibits argue they're relevant. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right. But not hers. Right. Wait, but if it's not. Gotta be on the record. So yeah, I just
It's the BPS guest, and it's water.
there's like a machine.
Oh, but they need water.
Yeah, is there a machine somewhere or? Okay, thanks.
But
Well,
I
it's
mean,
just water. I'm
it's
not asking
water.
for like Coca-Cola or something.
Back a little so we can see it. Well, actually, it's not. It's once I'm standing, it doesn't. Never mind.
Oh, okay.
I'm ready.
Need to relax.
Ready to get started. That's great.
Good evening, everyone. At this time, I'd like to call this meeting of the Barrington School Committee to order. The time is currently 6:44 p.m. Today is Thursday, March 31st, 2022. At this time, I'd ask everyone to please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, we will forego the executive session on our agenda, and we will begin in open session, moving on to the post-deprivation hearings on appeals by 3 teachers under Rhode Island General Law 16-13-4. So tonight's meeting is a post-deprivation hearing. This hearing process does not include a public comment period. As such, in order for these teachers to receive a fair hearing, we respectfully ask members of the public to remain quiet while the hearing is in process. Thank you. And Mr. Anderson, would you please start the hearing?
Thank you, Ms. Bay. Good evening. My name is John Anderson. I'm an attorney. I'm not, however, the attorney for the 3 teachers, and I'm not the attorney for the administration. My role tonight is to provide advice to the school committee and to assist the school committee in holding a fair hearing. To be fair to the 3 teachers, the superintendent, the lawyers, and our court stenographer, I'm asking at the outset that everyone be respectful and listen to what other people have to say. If you cannot be fair to the 3 teachers, or the superintendent, or the lawyers, or the court stenographer, you will have to leave. How did we get here? On October 28, 2021, the school committee held a pre-deprivation hearing for the 3 teachers before they were terminated. After brief presentations by Ms. Rapport for the superintendent and Mr. Piccirilli for the teachers, the school committee followed a procedure set down in Rhode Island law that did not require witnesses. The school committee ultimately voted to put the 3 teachers on unpaid leave through December 31st, and thereafter terminated them for failing to comply with the directive of the superintendent to be fully vaccinated against COVID-19 pursuant to a school committee policy. That pre-deprivation hearing, however, is not the final word under Rhode Island law. The teachers have a right to a post-deprivation evidentiary hearing with witnesses and exhibits after they have been terminated. They have decided to exercise that right, which is why we are here tonight. Let me briefly explain the process that we will follow. After this introduction, I will invite both of the lawyers to introduce themselves and make an opening statement. Neither lawyer has to make an opening statement. The superintendent's lawyer, Ms. Rapport, is given the first opportunity. If Mr. Piccirilli wishes, he can make his statement after Ms. Rapport, or he can wait until he puts on his case later in the hearing. Just like Ms. Rapport, Mr. Piccirilli does not have to make an opening statement. I will then invite Ms. Rapport to call her first witness. She will ask questions, and her witness will answer under oath. We call that direct examination. Mr. Piccirilli may object to a question or how a question is asked, and I will make a ruling on that objection. When Ms. Rapport is done with her questions, it will be Mr. Piccirilli's turn to ask questions, which is called cross-examination. When Mr. Piccirilli is done with his cross-examination, Ms. Rapport can ask the same witness questions, which is called redirect examination. Finally, Mr. Piccirilli can ask the same witness questions, which is called recross examination. The hearing for the 3 teachers is like a trial. That means that the public does not have a right to ask questions of the witnesses tonight, just like the public cannot ask questions of a witness in a courtroom during a trial. After Ms. Rapport calls her first witness, she'll call her next witness. This process will be repeated for each of Ms. Rapport's witnesses. Then it will be Mr. Piccirilli's turn to present his case. If he has not already made his opening statement, he may make one at this time. Mr. Piccirilli will then call his first witness, and the process will be reversed from when Ms. Rapport called her first witness. After Mr. Piccirilli examines his first witness, Ms. Rapport will cross-examine, Mr. Piccirilli will redirect, and Ms. Rapport will finish the recross examination. After all the witnesses are done, that is, Ms. Rapport has put in her case and Mr. Piccirilli has put in his case, Ms. Rapport will have the opportunity to make a closing argument. Mr. Piccirilli will then have his opportunity to make a closing argument. There will not be any rebuttal. After Mr. Piccirilli finishes his closing argument, the teachers and the superintendent have already agreed that the school committee may move into executive session to deliberate. And I want to put it on the record. Is that correct, Ms. Rapport?
That is correct. Agreed under the Open Meetings Act to permit that this part of the deliberations or meeting would be in closed session.
Mr. Piccirilli? Thank you. When the school committee is done deliberating, we will return to public session, and a member of the school committee will make a motion. The school committee will then vote on the motion in public. The school committee will then adjourn. After I receive the transcript, I will prepare a decision for the approval of the school committee chair, which will be signed by the school committee chair and be a public document. I also want everyone to understand the standard or the rubric that the school committee must use tonight. Under Rhode Island law, a teacher may be terminated for good and just cause. Under Rhode Island law, and again, quote, good and just cause, close quote, includes a teacher's, quote, refusal to conform to the regulations made by the committee. Thus, the issue here is whether there is good and just cause to uphold the decision of the school committee made on October 28th, or to overturn that decision based on additional evidence presented tonight. I want to remind everyone that tonight's hearing is not about whether vaccine mandates are good, bad, or otherwise. The issue is simply whether the Barrington School Committee has good and just cause to terminate these 3 teachers. Finally, it is my understanding that both of the parties agree that none of the 3 teachers have been vaccinated as of today. Is that correct, Ms. Rapport?
With respect to COVID-19.
With respect, I'm sorry, with respect to COVID-19.
Right. Yes, that is my understanding and the agreement.
And Mr. Piccirilli?
Yes, we stipulate to that.
Thank you very much. Ms. Rapport, would you like to make an opening statement?
My colleague Caroline Tebow will be making an opening statement.
Good evening, Chair Bay and members of the committee. My name is Caroline Tebow, and I am here with my colleague Sarah Rapport, serving as Labor Counsel to the Barrington Public Schools. Tonight's meeting is to convene for a hearing under Title 16, Chapter 4, Section 7 of the Rhode Island General Laws. That statute entitles teachers to a hearing to appeal the decision of a school committee to suspend or dismiss them from employment. As you'll recall, on October 28th of last year, you convened for a pre-deprivation hearing to consider Superintendent Masori's recommendation that 3 teachers in the district be suspended and thereafter dismissed from employment for their non-compliance with the committee's COVID-19 vaccination mandate. Those 3 teachers are Brittany Diorio, Stephanie Hines, and Carrie Thurber. At that hearing, you heard a presentation from Sarah Rapport regarding the factual basis and reasoning behind Mr. Masori's recommendation. All 3 teachers were present at the hearing with their legal counsel, and each was afforded the opportunity to respond to Mr. Masori's recommendation. After the presentations, the committee voted to uphold Mr. Masori's recommendation to suspend effective November 1st, and if the teachers remained unvaccinated through the end of the calendar year, to dismiss them from employment effective January 1st, 2022. In a letter issued to the teachers dated November 2nd, Chair Bay set forth the following findings of the committee. First, that the committee had a policy which included a mandate that all teachers receive the COVID-19 vaccine by November 1st, 2021. 2, that the superintendent notified the teachers of this requirement. 3, that each teacher requested but did not receive an exemption from the COVID-19 vaccination mandate. 4th, that the teachers continued to refuse to become vaccinated, notwithstanding the denial of their religious exemption requests. And finally, that their refusal constituted good and just cause to suspend and then dismiss them from their employment with the Barrington Public Schools. The hearing tonight is the teacher's opportunity to appeal the committee's decision. There will be 2 key differences between the pre-deprivation hearing in October and tonight's post-deprivation hearing. First, you will have the opportunity to hear testimony directly from Mr. Masori, explaining in his own words why he reached his decision to suspend and then dismiss the 3 teachers. The teachers will also have their opportunity to respond to that testimony. Second, this is a backward-looking hearing. You have already reached a decision, and the district has implemented it. You are now being asked to reconsider, in light of the evidence that you hear tonight, whether you continue to support your prior decision. To revisit the standard, under Rhode Island law, a teacher may not be suspended or dismissed absent good and just cause. State law defines good and just cause to specifically include a teacher's refusal to conform to a regulation of the committee. So the sole issue before you tonight is whether, in light of the evidence, you continue to support your October 28th decision that the district had good and just cause to terminate Ms. Diorio, Ms. Thurber, and Ms. Hines based on their refusal to get the COVID-19 vaccine in violation of school committee policy. In evaluating this issue, your focus is not on whether the committee's decision back in September of 2021 to adopt a COVID-19 policy containing a vaccination mandate was authorized as a matter of law or reasonable as a matter of policy. The teachers will have the opportunity to bring those claims to the Rhode Island Department of Education and have them fully and fairly adjudicated before the commissioner. Your focus is also not on whether the district complied with Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 when it considered the teachers' requests to be exempted from the vaccination mandate on religious grounds. They will have the right to bring that claim to the courts. To reiterate, the sole issue is whether you still support your decision that you made in October of 2021 that there is good and just cause to suspend and thereafter dismiss Ms. Diorio, Ms. Hines, and Ms. Thurber after you've had an opportunity to hear the evidence firsthand. That evidence will be presented to you tonight through the testimony of Superintendent Missouri. You will hear the evidence from Mr. Missouri, and at the conclusion of that evidence, we believe you will find that there is sufficient evidence to uphold your October 28th decision. Thank you.
Mr. Piccirilli, would you like to make an opening statement now, or are you going to reserve until you present your case?
I'll defer to the beginning of our case.
Ms. Rapport, will you call your first witness?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, and as my colleague Ms. Tebow indicated, our first witness will be the superintendent, Michael Missouri, and to ensure that everyone can hear and see, we are leaving Mr. Missouri to be able to sit and face you directly since you're the adjudicators overseeing, and I would assume that Mr. Piccirilli and his clients are also able to see clearly. Is that correct? Is this vantage point sufficient?
You want me to move this way?
Would you like him to move to the next seat? Would that be better for you? Okay, we'll just take a moment so we can make this adjustment. Mr. Missouri, Superintendent Missouri, would you please swear the witness before we get started?
Please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Please state and spell your name for the record.
Michael Missouri, M-I-C-H-A-E-L, M-E-S-S-O-R-E.
Mr. Missouri, are you the superintendent of the Barrington Public Schools?
Yes, I am.
How long have you served as superintendent of the Barrington Public Schools?
About 11 years.
And were you employed by the Barrington Public Schools prior to assuming the role of superintendent?
Yes, I was.
And how did you serve prior to the
I
superintendency?
served as assistant principal in the middle school and then assistant principal in the high school.
Okay. Prior to coming to Barrington to serve as an educator, did you work as an educator in another setting?
Yes, I was a teacher in Massachusetts.
Okay. And what did you teach?
I taught social studies,
What age group?
middle school.
Are you familiar with the teachers? We're going to, for purposes of this proceeding, call them complainants rather than plaintiffs, but Are you familiar with the teachers, complainants, Brittany Diorio, Carrie Thurber, and Stephanie Hines?
Yes, I am.
How do you know them?
They were teachers in our school district.
And what did Ms. Diorio teach?
Ms. Diorio was special education teacher, K-3 at Somme School.
Okay, just keep your pace down so everything can be caught by the
Okay.
stenographer, right? Okay. And Ms. Thurber, what was her teaching role?
Middle school music/chorus teacher,
Okay, and middle school is 6 through 8?
6 through 8.
And Stephanie Hines, what was her teaching role?
Reading specialist, grades 4 or 5, Hampton Middle School.
Okay. Now, at the Barrington Public Schools, is there a union representing educators, certified educators?
Yes, there
And
is.
what is that union called?
NEAB,
National Education Association Barrington?
yes.
And approximately how many members does NEAB have?
There's about 250.
Okay. And what is your overall staff in the district?
We're close to about 450.
All right. Now, I'd like you to turn in front of you, and I just want to call the committee's attention as well as Mr. Picciarelli and his clients to the exhibits which have already been presented and agreed to admission. And I'm going to use those exhibits, and hopefully you'll be able to follow them electronically. I'm going to ask, and Mr. Masori, do you have a book of exhibits in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and those have not been marked or in any way referenced, they're just clean pages of paper?
Yes.
Okay. So I'd like you to begin, and I'd like the committee, if it wants to follow along with Exhibit 1, I'd like you to turn to Exhibit 1. And what is this document, Exhibit 1?
It's the general and interim emergency policy on COVID-19 related issues dated 2021-2022 school year.
Okay. And have you seen this policy before?
Yes, I have.
Do you have a recollection of the date upon which the committee adopted this policy to make it effective?
Yes, it was September 2nd,
Okay. Of what year?
2021.
Was there a policy preceding this one that pertained to COVID-19 protocols and issues?
Yes, it was a policy the previous year.
Now, prior to its adoption by the school committee on September 2nd, was there a first read in accordance with committee practice of this amended policy?
Yes,
And when was that first reading?
August 24th, 2021.
2021?
Right.
Okay. And is it practice and policy of the school committee to vet or review draft policies or amendments in a policy subcommittee?
Yes,
And do you have a recollection of whether this particular policy in its amended form was reviewed by the policy subcommittee prior to the first read on August 24th?
yes.
And when did that take place?
Of the policy subcommittee,
Yes.
I believe that was around August 19th.
And were you present for that policy subcommittee meeting?
Yes, I was.
And who else was a member of and present for that policy subcommittee meeting?
Dr. Dillon, Assistant Superintendent, Ms. Gina Bay, who's the chairperson, Dr. Megan Douglas, who's the assistant chair.
Okay, so
Vice chair.
Dr. Douglas, who's on the committee itself,
Yes,
and Chair Bay,
yes,
and Dr. Dillon, is that?
Correct.
And what is the role of Dr. Dillon?
she's the assistant superintendent.
Okay. Now, I'd like you to turn, if you would, to Exhibit 5. And before we review it, do you have a recollection on that day of sending a communication to the president of NEAB Benjamin Philo.
Yes, I do.
And was it on August 19th?
Yes.
And what is the document in Exhibit 5? What does that show?
The exhibit is an email that I sent to the president of NEAB.
Okay, and what does that email say in the paragraph at the top?
Relates to BPS back-to-school plan.
And what did you say in the paragraph?
I said, good afternoon. In preparation for tomorrow's meeting, I'm sending you a letter indicating the topics to be discussed. See attached. Attached are two documents, the COVID 2021-2022 policy amendment and distance learning, unrelated to quarantine, and a link to the BPS COVID-19 physical health and safety draft 2021-2022, parentheses, which you should already have access to. And then there were attachments.
So with that letter or email, did you send a letter to President Philo dated August 19, 2021?
Yes, I did.
And in that letter, and I'm turning now to the third page into Exhibit 5, the introduction says, "Dear Ben," and then I'd like you to go down into the second paragraph and read out loud the section beginning with, "In addition, the policy subcommittee."
Let's see. In addition, the policy subcommittee shall likely be submitting for the committee's consideration on August 24th an amended policy on COVID-19 related issues, amended COVID policy. The amended COVID policy shall likely include two mandates, the first requiring that all persons wear masks inside school buildings, subject to lawful exemptions, and the second requiring that all staff be fully vaccinated no later than November 1st, 2021, subject to lawful exemptions, and may also require that all staff receive a booster vaccine if eligible.
Okay. And further on in this packet of material, is there a copy of the policy in its draft form?
Yes.
Did you send a draft of that policy to President Philo on August 19th?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, did you meet with Mr. Philo on August 20th, the next day?
Yes.
Okay. And was this mailing on August 19th in preparation for that meeting?
Yes.
Okay. Who else was at that meeting on August 20th?
Dr. Dillon, Mr. Fiore, who's our Director of Administration and Finance, and there were three members, I think it was Joe Malafront representing the NEAB, Mr. Ben Philo, NEAB, and Nam Mitnick, NEAB. Mitnick.
Now, in that letter to Mr. Philo, you referenced that part of the policy that said that the vaccine mandate would be implemented subject to lawful exemptions. You recollect or see that language in your letter and in the policy?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of lawful exemptions?
Lawful
Objection.
Overruled. You can answer.
What was your understanding of lawful exemptions in that letter? What was your understanding of your reference in the letter to lawful exemptions?
that there would be an opportunity for employees to submit a request for review, either a medical or religious exemption based on state or federal law.
I'm sorry?
Based on state or federal law.
Okay. Now, I'd like you to turn to Exhibit 6. What is this document, Exhibit 6?
It's an email, welcome back email to the Barrington staff from me.
And August 26, 2021, is that the date that the staff came back to school this school year?
They were back. They were already back in school. They were involved in, it might have been the second day they were back. They were involved in professional development the first couple of days.
Okay. Do you typically send out a welcome back letter?
Yes, every year.
Okay. And in your letter, you write at the bottom of that first page of the email, finally, our re-entry committee has updated our protocols for a safe return to school. We will post the plans on our district website on August 27th. And then you say you can find all of the protocols and policies here, and then there's a link. You see that there?
Yes,
Okay. Is that typical practice to make reference to underlying documents through the use of a hyperlink?
yes, that's standard in communication.
Okay. Now, I'd like you to turn to the document that follows that. What is that, in this same Exhibit 6, the document that follows this two-page email? What is this document?
This was an update of our illness and screening protocols.
Okay, so when you say illness and screening protocols, was that specific to Barrington?
Yes.
Okay. So how is it that Barrington developed illness and screening protocols? What was the way it came to develop these protocols?
Well, through guidance that we reviewed from Rhode Island Department of Health, CDC, and then developed through a task force that was developed in the district that developed the protocols.
When you say task force, what do you mean by that?
At the beginning of the pandemic, all municipalities were required to create a task force in order to develop safety protocols for their school districts, which we did. And then part of the responsibility was to develop protocols that would be obviously for the safety of their staff and students, and then submit those to the Rhode Island Department of Education.
So you developed a task force beginning in the summer of 2020?
It was actually developed in the spring, immediately after schools were shut down on March 13th.
In 2020?
Yes.
Okay. And did this task force continue to meet over the spring and summer of 2021?
Yes.
Okay. Who was a part of this task force at the Barrington Public Schools?
So there's representatives from our administration, we have representatives from school committee, we have representatives from NEAB, we have representatives from our teaching staff, we have administrators that serve on it, we have a medical professional a doctor who serves as a school physician, and we had like a member of our facilities committee, our director of facilities, so it was well represented throughout the district.
Okay. And was a nurse who is part of the district, a nurse teacher, also a part of the
She was
task
part
force?
of our teacher task force.
Okay.
Yes.
So the protocols that were developed were guided by input from the task force?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'd like you to turn to page 5 of this document. And I'm turning to the paragraph that is entitled Unvaccinated Staff Attestation Proof of Vaccination. You see that there?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And would you read the language under that section?
It says each day,
I'm going to object. I mean, the document says what it says. He doesn't have to repeat it.
Overruled, the public doesn't have the benefit of the document. You may proceed.
it says each day unvaccinated staff must complete the screening protocol and Google self-attestation form indicating that they are symptom-free and risk-free before arriving at work. Unvaccinated staff will be required to be tested once a week in substantial transmission and twice a week in high transmission periods. All unvaccinated staff must wear 2 masks or a KN95 mask. Vaccinated staff have provided proof of vaccination do not need to submit a daily attestation form. The proof of vaccination must be submitted through our portal to Doug Fiore. The Barrington Public Schools is in the process of instituting a vaccination mandate for staff. More information will be communicated as the protocols for vaccination mandates are developed.
So this paragraph distinguishes between vaccinated staff and unvaccinated staff. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And was this distinction informed by guidance from the Rhode Island Department of Education?
It was guidance from Rhode Island Department of Health, Rhode Island Department of Education, and through a meeting that we had with our task force.
Okay. And what this section says is that vaccinated staff did not have to test or wear the same level of mask protection as unvaccinated staff.
That's correct.
Okay. And would it be accessible if you pressed on the hyperlink to find all of these protocols, including the section that is described on page 5?
Yes.
All right. About what percentage of the NEAB staff was vaccinated at the start? And when I say NEAB, I mean the 200, I think you said 250,
Yes,
is it close?
250, 270.
Okay.
Yeah.
Of that membership, what percentage had been vaccinated as of the start of the school year?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
About 70%.
Okay. And had there been vaccination clinics at the Barrington Public Schools or in the Barrington community to afford priority to teachers and educators?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
They ran in March, and I think it was April of the previous, in the spring of 2021.
To gain access to those clinics, you needed to be an educator in
Yes.
Barrington. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
that was prerequisite.
Now, I'd like you to turn to Exhibits 8 and 9 and take a look at those for a moment. You see these documents here?
Yes.
Okay. And let's start with Exhibit 8. What was Exhibit 8? What is that document?
It's an email from Dr. Dillon to the administrators in the district.
Okay, and I also see that Mr. Philo is included, as well as Gina Bay, as well as you.
Yes.
Okay. And attached to that document is a similar document to the one that we just reviewed. And I'd like you to turn to page 5. And I'm not going to ask you to read it again, but I'd like you to confirm that the language on page 5 is identical.
I'm sorry, page 5 of the attachment or 5th page?
The attachment to Exhibit 8's two-page email.
Oh, okay. I see it, I'm set. Thanks.
So
Yes, it's the same.
it's the same language?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall Dr. Dillon sending this out to these administrators?
Yes,
I'm sorry?
yes, I do.
Okay. And what was the purpose in having this distributed again?
It was just to remind the administrators of what the protocols that were in place, and to also be able to share those with their staff.
Okay. And Exhibit 9, can you describe to me what this email document is?
It was an email that Dr. Dillon sent to Ben Philo, who was president of NEAB.
Okay, so is it the same attachment of protocols, illness screening protocols, and other COVID-related protocols that are attached to this email?
Yes,
Okay, and is the language under the paragraph that we've been reviewing on page 5 the same?
yes,
So on August 26th and twice on September 10, the protocols were disseminated to the Barrington educator community, which included a specific notice of the vaccination mandate?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to move to object to move to strike. There's no reference in any of these documents to a vaccine mandate.
Okay, so would you read again? I'll respond to that.
Are you talking about page 5 again?
I'd like a ruling on the motion to strike.
And it's overruled because it has been testified that it's there.
It's not, there's no reference to a vaccine mandate.
Ms. Rapport, will you clarify, please?
Okay. Okay, I'd like you to read the last sentence on page 5 of the paragraph, unvaccinated staff attestation proof of vaccination.
Barrington Public Schools is in the process of instituting a vaccination mandate for staff. More information will be communicated as the protocols for vaccination mandates are developed.
And at that point, in the top part of that paragraph, it says, each day, unvaccinated staff must complete the screening protocol and Google self-attestation. Is that a practice that began during the beginning of COVID?
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm going to get back to my objection. There's nothing in here that specifically says what the vaccine mandate is. It says it's in the process of instituting. It doesn't say this is the mandate, this is what it says, these are the exemptions that it applies. There's no attachment, the policy is not attached to this. So I just want to, the question presumed facts that are not in evidence, which is that this document included a vaccine mandate.
I think this is improper argument on.
I'm moving to strike the question and answer.
All right,
And it's-
so
and it
just-
is argument, Mr. Picciarelli,
Okay.
so it's overruled.
So between August 26th and in that August 26th letter, let's go back to that a moment. Between the date of that letter, which is at the time school started, and
Which exhibit was that?
it would be Exhibit 6.
Thank you.
Between after that introduction on August 26th with the link to the protocols and the re-communication of those protocols on September 10th, did you and your staff take steps to track the numbers of people or those persons who were vaccinated and those who were not vaccinated?
Yes, we kept track of staff as they were being vaccinated.
How did you do that?
They
I'm
submitted.
going to object again. What's the relevance of this?
Overruled.
They submitted their proof of vaccination to Mr. Fiore, who kept the spreadsheet on the number of staff, as staff were being vaccinated.
Okay. So as staff were vaccinated, Mr. Fiore was tracking it through the central administration?
Yes, both Dr. Dillon and Mr. Fiore were tracking it.
And was Dr. Dillon communicating with building administrators?
Yes, just informing them that vaccinations were still needed.
Okay. And did you communicate with Dr. Dillon and Mr. Fiore regarding the status of your staff with respect to vaccination on a daily basis?
Yes, they kept me updated.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that you were taking steps to ensure that your staff was vaccinated?
Objection, leading, and relevance.
Overruled.
Now, on September let me rephrase that. After the meeting on August 20th with the union, was there subsequent discussion with the union regarding the mandates which were being implemented by the state and the district
On the 20th?
after the 20th? Were there subsequent meetings?
There was a meeting with members of the administration and NEAB.
And what date was that?
Might have been August 30th, I guess, somewhere in there.
Okay, and I'd like you to turn to Exhibit 7. And what is this document, Mr. Fiore, Mr. Masori?
This is a memorandum of agreement between National Education Association Barrington and Barrington School Committee.
And was this document the result of the meeting on August 30th?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the first part of this document, or the very first sentence, says various mandates have been issued by the state and the district. The MOA represents the impact bargaining over the effects of those mandates over members' employment. You see that language there?
Yes.
Who drafted that language?
Objection, relevance. The document speaks for itself.
Overruled. The question is, who drafted the language?
Does the witness, how would the witness know that?
And again, if the witness can answer the question, the witness will. That's why it's overruled.
Do you know who drafted that language?
It was presented by the NEAB, Barrington Teachers Union.
So the NEAB drafted that language and presented it to your administration?
Yes.
Okay. Did the language in this agreement reflect the outcome of discussions over, as the language says, mandates that had been issued by the state and the union?
Yes.
Okay. And what were the mandates that were issued to which NEAB was making reference?
Objection, that is assuming facts that are not in evidence. This document is the best evidence. If the document doesn't reference what those mandates are, this witness can't testify to what he thinks they are.
Were you privy to-
Overruled. Overruled.
Were you privy to the negotiations between the administration and the union?
Not on the 30th, no.
Were you,
I'm sorry, I was not involved at that meeting on the 30th.
was it reported to you what the meeting, what was said at the meeting?
Yes.
Okay. And was it your understanding that the meeting, at the meeting, the mandates were discussed and this MOA resulted?
Objection, this is double hearsay now.
Overruled. It's asking for the superintendent's understanding, not what was said. It's not hearsay.
It's not relevant what his understanding then is. I mean,
Overruled. He's the chief executive officer of the Barrington School Department.
Were you made aware of what the discussions were with the union representing these three teachers were regarding the vaccine mandate?
Yes.
Okay. And was it your understanding that the union representing these three teachers had had impact bargaining over the vaccine mandate, among other mandates?
objection, hearsay. How can he testify to this if he wasn't even present when this was discussed?
And the question is, what is his understanding?
There's
Doesn't
no,
have to be
there's
present
no
to have an
foundation as to what the basis of his understanding is. We don't even know who he allegedly talked to that told him that
Okay.
this was
I'll
what has
help-
happened. There's
I'll
no
help Mr.
foundation for the question.
Okay.
I'll help you, I'll
Stop.
help you out.
Stop.
So,
The objection is overruled. The question is asking the witness for his understanding. That's all it's asking for.
so you were present at the meeting with the union on August 20th.
Yes.
You had sent Mr. Philo a copy of the COVID-19 policy on August 19th.
That's correct.
Objection, he didn't, that's stating a fact that's not in evidence. That was a proposed policy. It wasn't an adopted policy on August 19th. It hadn't even gone before the committee yet. So it's misstating the fact that's not in evidence.
Thank you.
Can I,
So did you send did you send,
can I have a read back? The question and the answer. Please.
Question, you had sent Mr. Fido a copy of the COVID-19 policy on August 19th. Answer, that's correct.
okay, I'll correct it. It was a draft policy because it hadn't been presented for a first read yet.
Correct.
Okay. So did you send Mr. Philo, the president of NEAB, a copy of the draft policy on August 19th?
Asked and answered, objection. We've already went through this.
Okay. You can answer.
Yes.
And did you meet with Mr. Philo on August 20th and discuss, among other topics, the vaccine and face mask mandates?
We talked about vaccine.
Okay. You were not present on the August 30th meeting.
Correct.
Was Mr. Fiore and Dr. Dillon present?
Yes.
Okay. Do you regularly sit and debrief with your chief operating officer and your assistant superintendent the content of discussions that they have with the union regarding various matters that may be of concern to the union?
Yes, and concern of the district as well.
You talk to them every day,
Every day.
multiple times a day.
We're in the same office.
Okay. And did you talk to Mr. Fiore and Dr. Dillon after they met with NEAB regarding this MOA on August 30th? Did you talk to them on August 30th?
Yes.
So right after they met with them, you talked with them?
Yes.
And did they report to you everything that was said?
Objection.
Okay. So in this MOA that was your understanding from Mr. Fiore and Dr. Dillon that NEAB had presented you with this draft document. It was in their computer system.
It was presented to us, yes.
Okay. You didn't write any of this, right?
No.
Okay. And you didn't change any of this, right?
No.
And when NEAB presented to you this document, or your colleagues, Assistant Superintendent Dillon and Mr. Fiore, your Director of Administration and Operations, it included a paragraph number 2 and a paragraph number 3 that specifically dealt with the vaccine mandate.
Objection, the document speaks for itself.
Would you
That's
read out
evidence.
loud what paragraph 2 says?
We'll be here all night if we're going to read through every document.
With Mr. Piccirilli,
And the audience you don't need to read it for the audience's
with
sake.
all due respect, Mr. Piccirilli, I'm giving leeway to Ms. Rapport. I plan on giving leeway to you. And if we're concerned about the time, perhaps we shouldn't have as many objections.
Well, I'll just have a standing objection.
Okay, so would you read what paragraph 2 says?
Says any member who cannot wear a mask due to a documented medical condition will seek proper accommodations from the district. Employees should provide their own appropriate face coverings. Either a cloth mask or surgical mask is acceptable. BPS will have access to additional face coverings when necessary. Respirators such as N95 masks should be reserved for designated healthcare workers unless an employee has an approved accommodation. For unvaccinated members, BPS requires either a KN95 mask or double masking.
Now, what does paragraph 3 address? Please read that out loud.
Any member of NEAB who becomes ill due to first, second, or third vaccination and/or booster shall not discharge their own sick time while recovering from COVID-related immunization. Proof of vaccination will be required in order to qualify.
Okay. Now, if that MOA became effective on what date?
September 9th.
Okay. And about a week and a half later, and I'm asking you to turn to Exhibit 10, did you send a letter via email to the entirety of your staff at Barrington Public Schools?
Yes,
Okay. And in that letter, you write that the committee adopted amendments to the policy, including a mandate that all employees be fully vaccinated by November 1st. Is that correct?
correct.
And then it says a copy of the policy can be found here. What was underneath the word "here" in computer speak?
You mean a hyperlink?
Yes.
Yes.
So what would happen when you pressed the word "here"? And forgive me, but I'm sounding,
Sorry, the
Old.
hyperlink would take you to a document.
okay. So the policy was linked to this letter?
The policy's linked to, any document that's on our website that we can reference is linked in the letter.
Okay. So later on in that letter, it said that we ask that you provide proof that you received the requisite number of doses by November 1st, and it invited the reader to do so through our vaccination portal, which is also indicated through a link. Do you see that there?
Yes,
So was that also linked?
yes,
Okay. And further on in the letter, there's a reference to the exemptions for medical reasons, and that is made available through a form which was also linked to the letter. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay. And then finally, the RIDO regulations were referenced in the final paragraph, which is also identified with the hyperlink using the word "here." Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. So in this letter, you told staff that they needed to get vaccinated by November 1st. Is that correct?
yes, that was the purpose of it.
And why did you send the letter on September 20th
It's
or
just-
September 21st?
It's just to remind staff that there was a deadline of November 1st to be fully vaccinated.
Okay? And why did you send it out on September 21st or 20th?
Roughly, in order for staff members, if they hadn't been vaccinated, this allowed them enough time to receive the first and second dose, and then to be fully vaccinated by November 1.
Okay. Now, in that letter, you again make reference to exemptions in accordance with law. You see that there?
Yes,
Okay. And you say that we will evaluate any requests for a religious exemption in accordance with law, and then you say that you'll evaluate requests for a medical exemption using the guidance set forth by the Rhode Island Department of Health. What was your understanding of how an exemption would operate? What was the process?
that someone that was seeking a religious or medical exemption would be communicating to us, my office, or Mr. Fiore, and providing us either a letter or filling out the medical exemption form.
Okay. And if a person submitted a request, was it automatic that they got it?
No,
And what would be the process for deciding whether someone would get it or not?
there would be a process of review by us for approval, similar to an application coming in for a job position. We'd look at it, evaluate it, and then make a determination.
Okay. And you would be consulting with Mr. Fiore?
I'd be consulting with Mr. Fiore and with our legal counsel.
Okay. Now, after you sent out this letter, did you receive any requests for an exemption or a accommodation to be exempt from the vaccine from any of the three complainants before us?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And I'd like you to turn to Exhibit 8. I'm sorry, not Exhibit 8. Exhibit 11. You see that there?
Yes,
Is that the first request for an exemption from the vaccine that you received?
yes,
And that was directed to you from Carrie Thurber?
correct.
Okay. And Exhibit 12, was that the next request for an exemption that you received?
It was submitted to our office.
Yes.
Yes.
When I say you, who did it get directed to?
Went to Mr. Fiore.
And did you see it after Mr. Fiore received it?
Yes,
Okay. And what date did this get delivered to your office?
September 24th.
Okay. And the third one is Exhibit 13. When did this request come in?
September 25th.
Okay. And it got copied to you, I see there.
Yes, CC, right.
And who was that from?
That was from Brittany Diorio.
Okay. Now, after you received these requests for an exemption, and are these all requests for an exemption based on religious, sincerely held religious beliefs?
Yes,
Okay. Now, earlier in the week, this week of the 24th or the 20th, did you meet with Ms. Diorio?
yes, we did.
Okay. And what day of the week did you meet with her?
I believe it was on a Tuesday, I think.
Okay. And I'd like you to turn to Plaintiff's Exhibit B. I'm sorry, it's, hold on one second. Plaintiff's Exhibit A.
Yes, I have it.
You have that in front of you,
Yes.
Plaintiff's Exhibit A?
Yep.
Okay. And I'd like you to turn to the first page of that exhibit, and is that a communication from you to Ms. Diorio?
Yes,
Okay. Now, prior to that communication, there's a communication from Ms. Diorio earlier in the day, and this would be what date?
September 17th.
And in that communication, she writes that she has been advised by a union representative that I will be put on a leave by the Barrington school system if I am not vaccinated by November 1st. I was also notified that they are not reviewing or accepting any medical or religious exemptions. Ms. Diorio writes that in her communication to you.
Yes, it's true.
Was that accurate information that Ms. Diorio was reporting?
No,
Okay. And was it true that you were not reviewing or accepting for review religious or exemptions requests based on religion or medical need?
no, we were reviewing
Okay.
requests, medical or religious.
And in the second paragraph, she writes, Jim notified me yesterday that this will not be the case, that there will not be leaves put in place, but protocols for non-vaccinated employees, such as weekly testing and possible double masks. Who is Jim?
That would be Brittany's or Ms. Diorio's principal at Selm School.
And is that second statement by Ms. Diorio reporting what she believed to be the case from Jim Callahan, was that accurate?
No,
Okay. Was the Barrington School Committee requiring vaccinations by November 1st?
Yes,
Okay. Now, on November 21st, you met with her.
correct.
And what was the nature of, what did Ms. Diorio say to you?
Well, she was concerned about the message that she was given about being terminated immediately without being afforded an opportunity for exemptions, and there was a concern about what would happen to her.
Okay. And what did you tell Ms. Diorio in response to her description of those concerns?
So on the date of that meeting, we spoke, she explained about her strong religious objection to the vaccine, and I explained that there was a process in which she could submit a letter to us if requesting a review of a religious exemption.
Did you assure her that if she requested a letter, she'd be granted an exemption?
No, I just said that you have an opportunity, there's an opportunity for it to be reviewed. It just wasn't a straight no, we weren't accepting it.
Okay. And did she ask any further questions that you can recall?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. How long did the meeting take place?
20 minutes,
Okay.
half hour.
And that meeting was on Tuesday, the 21st, and on the 25th, you received a request, or Mr. Fiore did, from Ms.
Yes.
Diorio. Okay. Now, after you received these 3 requests, did you confer with Mr. Fiore?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you confer with legal counsel?
Yes.
Okay. And how many times did you and Mr. Fiore meet to discuss these requests?
Well, numerous times. I mean, we discussed it every time we received a request, and then we also discussed it with legal counsel, so, 5, 6, 7 times.
Okay. And what were the factors that you were using to assess whether to grant or deny? Well, before we get to that, did you receive any other than these 3 requests, did you receive any other requests for an exemption based on either medical need or religious need?
Yes.
Okay, how many?
We received 1 more for religious and 1 for medical.
Okay. Now, what were the factors that you were using, and putting the medical to one side for a moment, what were the factors that you were using to assess or to consider the requests for an exemption based on religious beliefs?
So we would look at an individual's position in the district, population that they worked with, proximity they had with staff and students. We looked at, those are the major ones. We also looked at whether or not there would be an impact to students if education was provided virtually, and those are the major factors.
When you say education was provided virtually, what do you mean by that?
We looked at the fact that providing distance learning or virtual teaching by an instructor to students in the classroom wasn't an effective way of delivering instruction.
So you considered whether you could have folks who were not vaccinated teach remotely?
Right. And then the other consideration, based on the fact that a staff member is not vaccinated, if they were a close contact to a positive case, then they were quarantined for 7 days.
Okay.
And that had an impact as well.
In other words, they couldn't be in the classroom for 7 days?
Correct.
Okay. So you considered the population they served, their ability to teach remotely, and the impact of the guidance that required quarantine.
Correct.
Did you also consider whether masking and testing could be, as was requested, an accommodation that you could allow?
Yeah, that was discussed with our committee and it was determined that being fully vaccinated was a higher level of protection than just double masking
Okay.
or masking and testing.
So did you draw from any guidance from the CDC or other health authorities regarding the efficacy of vaccination as compared with masking and testing as a way to control the transmission of
Yeah.
this disease?
We looked at CDC guidance.
Okay. Now, the rules regarding unvaccinated staff, were those spelled out in what's called the playbook
Yeah, they were spelled out in the protocols we have.
from the state?
Yes.
Okay, and I'd like you to turn now to Exhibit 17. And if you could turn to page 24. Well, first of all, would you identify what that document is?
This is the Rhode Island Outbreak Response Protocols, Pre-K-12, Guidance for COVID-19 Outbreak Response in Pre-K-12 Schools, updated October 12th, 2021.
So this is the protocols that came from the Department of Health and the Department of Education on a regular basis through the pandemic.
Yes,
And you use these protocols to guide the development of Barrington protocols?
correct.
Okay.
Could I just ask for a clarification? You just testified it says dated October 2021. I don't see that on the first page. Where does it say that?
On the cover.
The document doesn't say that it,
It says Outbreak Response Protocols, Pre-K through 12, Guidance for COVID-19 Outbreak Response in Pre-K through 12 Schools,
Yeah.
Version 7, updated October
Okay.
12th.
I don't have that. Where does it say version 7?
It's on the front, do you have the page, Mr. Picciarelli, that says Exhibit 24 at the very beginning?
Oh, it's a different one.
The one I have doesn't say that.
Yeah, you do. It's right on there. It's probably blocked out because it's black.
No.
Oh, so the copy I have is,
No, that's a different.
okay.
You want me to find it for you?
No, that, I'll
It's
take-
right there.
I'll take your word.
That's
No,
a
I don't,
different
I don't see it on here. You see it on here?
Yeah, I don't
It's the
think you're
wrong
looking at
exhibit.
the right page, Mr.
Sir, it's
Picciarelli.
the wrong exhibit.
Not this
That's a different
No.
exhibit. That's a different page.
This is
We're
the one I
looking at
have.
Exhibit 17.
This is the exhibit I have.
17?
Yeah. I'll take your word for it. I'll see.
Is
if-
anyone
maybe
else-
I- maybe
is
I might have
everyone
printed
else
up the
seeing
wrong
it?
one.
Yeah.
I don't want to hold it up. If that's what you say it says, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Picciarelli.
Okay. So this was version 7 that was in effect on October 12, 2021, correct?
Correct.
All right. And if you go to page 24 of this document, it says quarantine.
Yes,
And it says that quarantine was for unvaccinated underlined individuals who were identified as a close contact, meaning someone who had a close contact with someone who had COVID.
correct.
Okay.
I have it. I get it's here.
Thank you, Mr. Picciarelli.
And by October of 2021, is it true that RIDO did not, or RIDE and RIDO together, generating these protocols, did not require quarantine for those who were vaccinated?
Correct.
Now, did the state provide options for the duration of the quarantine for an unvaccinated person, teacher?
Yes.
And what were the options?
For unvaccinated was that for close contact,
Yes.
you could basically still be at work.
No, for
Oh,
unvaccinated,
unvaccinated, they had to be quarantined for 7 days.
7, and were there longer options?
Yes, it could go 10 days if you were 10 days or even longer.
Okay. And did Barrington select the shortest possible time?
Yes,
Okay. So unvaccinated people, educators who were close contacts, had to quarantine for a minimum of 7 days.
right.
Okay. And this did not apply to, this quarantine rule did not apply to those who were vaccinated.
Correct.
All right. And I'd like you to turn, I'm sorry, that's all I wanted to bring out. If you could look at the next exhibit, which is 18. And what is this document?
This is a document that would send to a staff member that you've identified as a close contact, and then this is the procedure you had to follow.
So this was the Barrington formulation of how to communicate the process to its own staff.
Exactly.
Okay. And so in the first block there, that could have been checked off as the applicable situation, it says that unvaccinated close contacts must quarantine for 7 days, correct?
Correct.
And it says further down, vaccinated close contacts do not need to quarantine.
That's correct.
So this was the Barrington translation of that very part of the protocols that we just reviewed.
Correct.
Okay. Now let's take the particular complainants who are in front of us today and go through the process that you applied in assessing whether to grant or deny the request to be exempt from the vaccination. In the case of Ms. Thurber, what factors did you look at?
Well, the population of students that she worked with, well, her position was one as a music/chorus teacher. So she was responsible for instruction for students in grades 6 through 8. The population of students that she dealt with in that level, the 6th graders especially, were not able to be vaccinated. So that was a consideration. And her proximity is it's a relatively small room with a large grouping of students. Chorus was also, and band was identified as a high-risk activity. And as time went on and some restrictions lifted with singing and music, even with masks on, was still considered a high-risk activity.
Singing was considered high risk?
Yes.
Okay. Did you consider whether Ms. Thurber could carry out her duties as a music teacher remotely?
Yeah, carrying out duties remotely, we learned from the pandemic, was not an effective instruction for a large group setting.
Okay. And did you consider whether Ms. Thurber could remain in the building subject to a masking and testing protocol after November 1st?
Yeah. The consideration is that we mentioned before that we felt that it was a higher level of protection to be fully vaccinated than just masking and testing.
Did you consider whether Ms. Thurber could be placed on an unpaid or a leave of absence pending the run of the pandemic in the hopes that it may abate?
Throughout the school year, it was determined that that was not the best option to be placed on unpaid leave. We needed a teacher, a qualified teacher, in the classroom, and the best way to obtain a qualified teacher, especially towards mid-year, is if the position is vacated.
Okay. So if the position isn't vacated, you can't get the same quality educator or any educator who's willing to come for a uncertain period of time.
Yeah, it's more challenging.
Okay. I'd like you to turn to Exhibit 19 for a moment. You see this exhibit?
Yes.
And what is this exhibit?
This is a letter that came to me from Ms. Thurber,
Okay, and when did it come to you?
October 22nd.
And you see in that letter where she writes that she is putting on the record that I am not intending to resign and I will not accept being put on an unpaid leave of absence. You see that there? It's in the next to the last paragraph on page 2.
Yes, I see it.
And she also says that an unpaid leave of absence is not a legal or acceptable accommodation.
Correct.
Okay. So even if you had offered Ms. Thurber an unpaid leave of absence through the end of the school year, was it your understanding from this letter that she would not accept that?
Objection, speculative. And he never offered it, so it's irrelevant.
Overruled, it's his understanding. What did he understand when he read the letter?
He already testified he wasn't going to, he had already decided he's not going to grant an unpaid leave, so it's
And
irrelevant
the
to his
question-
testimony.
The question was, what was his understanding when he read the letter? Only he can testify as to his understanding.
You do realize that in evidence is a letter from October 18th, 4 days before this document, this exhibit. 4 days before, the superintendent had already sent a letter to Ms. Thurber stating he was not going to give her an exemption. She was either vaccinated or she was going to be suspended and terminated.
Did you consider an unpaid leave of absence
That
as
was
an...
done 4 days before this document.
Mr. Piccirilli, the question that was asked was, what did the man understand when he read the letter from Ms. Thurber? He is the only person who can answer the question as to what did he understand.
I'll ask a new question. Did you consider as an accommodation, you're familiar with, through recent education, Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, right?
Yes.
And you know that accommodations can take many forms, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you discuss the accommodation of an unpaid leave of absence?
Yes,
Objection, did he discuss? With whom, when?
Did you
What's
discuss?
the context? That's an irrelevant question.
And that can be the
Then
next
that's an-
question, with whom
That
did you
needs to be the
discuss it?
first question, not the,
Again, Mr. Piccirilli.
all right, whatever.
Did
The
you
objection
discuss
is
with
overruled.
Mr. Fiore an unpaid leave of absence as an accommodation under Title VII of the Civil Rights Act?
We discussed it.
You did discuss it?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your evaluation of that possible accommodation?
Well, the problem with the unpaid leave is that if we had an unpaid leave of absence in the classroom, one, we'd have to look at filling that position. And secondly, there'd be a cost to the district, to temporarily have someone there. So we made a determination that in order to fill the position with a qualified person, that we wouldn't grant an unpaid leave.
Okay, but you did grant an unpaid leave between November 1st and
Yes, we did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why did you decide to allow for a 2-month period of unpaid leave rather than just terminating Ms. Diorio, Ms. Thurber, and Ms. Hines on November 1st?
Well, we wanted to provide each of our educators with an opportunity to reflect on whether or not they wanted to become vaccinated and resume their position in the district.
So you held their job for them?
Yes,
And during that period of time when you held their job, you did have to put some burden on the students in having a surrogate?
yes, there was, we had to cover the class, and we also had to provide the best instruction we could to our students.
Okay. Now, what was Ms. Hines's position in the district?
She was a reading specialist for grades 4 and 5.
And did you look at her work in particular in that position in
Yes.
assessing whether to grant or deny her request?
Yes.
And what was relevant about her position in the district?
Her position as a reading specialist is that she works with a small cohort of students. She also works pushing into the classrooms, and she also works coaching with our teachers. And predominantly, the children that were in grades 4 and 5 were all unvaccinated.
Okay. And did you similarly consider, with respect to Ms. Hines, the option of remote teaching, mask and testing, and a year-long unpaid leave of absence?
Yes.
Okay, and did you reject those?
Objection, year-long, where did year-long come from? That there's been no testimony, and that's a leading question, there's been no testimony by this witness that he considered a year-long unpaid leave.
Overruled. You can answer.
Did you consider an unpaid leave of absence through the whole school year until the pandemic might abate?
Yes,
Okay. And you settled on 2 months instead of all year.
correct.
Why?
So for the same reason, we wanted to afford the opportunity that if they became vaccinated, or that we would hold a position for them, and they'd be able to return to their duties.
Okay. Why not extend it from January to June?
Because it comes to a point that we need the class adequately covered by a certified teacher, and it's very difficult finding or filling a position when someone's on leave versus when the position's open.
Now, have you filled the positions?
All of them are filled.
Thank you.
With quality people?
Objection. Actually, you know what? Actually, no. I will ask, on behalf of the chair, for the audience, please do not interrupt. You're not helping the people you think you're trying to help. Please don't interrupt. Thank you. And my clients would agree with that. As for my objection, I actually withdraw it because I'm going to have some very important questions about who filled these positions. So I would like to hear the superintendent's testimony about the so-called qualified people that he hired to fill these positions. Thank you very much for opening that door, Ms. Brown.
Now, with respect to Ms. Diorio, what was the nature of her position?
Ms. Diorio was a special education teacher at Soames Elementary School.
And what was the nature of her job duties that you considered?
Well, she provided special education services to a small cohort of students that are assigned to her caseload. She also is responsible for pushing into the classroom and working with students in a classroom setting as well.
And these students at Soames, are these, what is the grade level we're talking?
Well, their grade level is K to grade 3, and it's another population of students that weren't vaccinated or eligible for vaccination.
So these are young elementary?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you in fact hold the complainant's positions during the 2-month period of unpaid leave?
Yes.
Did the complainant submit any proof of vaccination during this period?
No.
Did any of the complainants reach out to you to propose any accommodation other than mask and test that you might consider?
Objection, was this after they were already suspended or fired? What's the time frame? Object to the relevance. Did they reach out? If they've already been terminated, how are they going to reach out?
Did you understand the question, Mr. Missouri?
I didn't
Can I
understand.
have a
the question.
read, can I have a read back of the question, please? Thank you.
Question, did any of the complainants reach out to you to propose any accommodation other than mask and tests that you might consider?
The objection is overruled. You can ask on cross-examination about the time frame.
What, I can't ask for, he's going to testify that they didn't reach out to him. Okay, I'll withdraw it. Go ahead.
Do you understand the question?
Could you just repeat the question?
Did any of the complainants, just read it back.
Question, did any of the complainants reach out to you to propose any accommodation other than mask and tests that you might consider?
No.
Okay. And in the letter of November 2nd from the committee invited the complainants, and you can take a look at that letter for a moment if you want.
Which exhibits?
Yeah. Which exhibit are you?
I'm
referring
sorry,
to?
Exhibit 2, 3, and 4.
I see it.
So at the bottom of the letter, this is to Ms. Thurber, you quote from her email in which, or the committee quotes from her email in which you wrote that, or you recite her statement to you from the October 22nd email, in which she wrote, "The most reasonable accommodation for my position is to continue to work in the same manner I have been since working during the COVID-19 pandemic." And the committee writes, "You further stated that you would not accept being put on unpaid leave, alleging that an unpaid leave of absence is not a legal or acceptable accommodation." And the committee writes in that letter, "The committee does not agree with your position. That said, if there is an accommodation that you would like to propose, other than the exemption that you demand, or the 2-month unpaid leave that you reject, we welcome your input. You should feel free to reach out to Superintendent Masori directly or through legal counsel and/or union representation if you prefer." And that was included in the letter to Ms. Thurber, the letter to Ms. Hines, and the letter to Ms. Diorio. Is that correct?
Yes, it's in the letter, yes.
Okay. Now, after that letter was sent out on November 2nd, did you, between November 2nd and December 31st, in that time frame, ever receive any alternative proposals for an accommodation other than the demand of Ms. Thurber to be allowed to continue to work the way she had been working since the beginning of the pandemic?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you receive any proposals from Ms. Hines to be accommodated with something other than, in essence, continuing to work as she had worked since the inception of the pandemic?
No, I did not.
And what about Ms. Diorio?
No.
Okay. Now, have you maintained, did you on January 1st effectively terminate the employment of these 3 women?
Yes.
Okay. And did you continue their health insurance for another month?
Yes.
And did those terminations take effect on 1/1/2022 with the proviso that the health insurance through the district was continued?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Mr. Piccirilli.
Thank you. Mr. Masori, who developed the COVID-19 vaccine mandate that was in the policy that was presented on August 19th to the policy subcommittee?
That was written through collaboration with our legal counsel, was directed to.
I didn't ask in the collaboration. Who wrote the policy?
The legal counsel.
Can I just ask for the podium,
No.
I had that before.
No, I got to do from here, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
So who wrote the policy?
Our legal counsel wrote it.
So she wrote it before August 19th.
There was a previous version written that year, and we asked to have that version revised.
Okay. Who is we?
That is myself and the chair of the school committee.
And that's Ms. Bay.
Yes.
So you and Ms. Bay met prior to August 19th to decide to add a vaccine mandate to the COVID policy.
So part of the process was that in the end of June, the commissioner told us that all schools, in fact notified Rhode Island, that all schools had to be back into full session, that everyone was to be present. So we began to meet over the summer with our reentry team and discuss what that would look like in order to make sure that we had a safe reentry for our students and staff. And then under that guidance, we directed our legal counsel to amend the policy.
Okay. I asked you who,
Wait a second,
I asked you who wrote the policy. You said it was your legal counsel.
Correct.
I asked you who directed her to write the policy, and you said it was you and Ms. Bay.
Correct.
Now your testimony is that it was other people other than you and Ms. Bay that developed?
Well, that was based on their recommendation. We gave direction to our legal counsel to
So
amend the
it's your
policy.
testimony that this COVID Task Force reentry team is the group that decided to add the vaccine mandate to the policy?
It was discussed, and it was directed by myself and Ms. Bay to have the policy looked at and amended.
Again, who was on this task force committee?
It was comprised of educators, representative of the union.
I know, I want the specific names, Mr. Missouri.
Well, I can do the best I can off the top of my
Are there
head.
notes, minutes of these meetings that you had with this group?
I'm going to just object and ask him to ask one question at a time and let the witness answer. I'm interposing an objection only to permit and remind the questioner to let Mr. Missouri answer before he asks another question.
Fair enough. Okay.
Yeah,
You
we
know
have
the
no-
names of the people on the team?
I know the names of them.
Okay, who are they?
Let's see, there is Mr. Callahan, who's principal at Soame School. There was Mr. Daft, who's assistant principal at the high school. There was Dr. Dillon, who's assistant superintendent. There's Mr. Fiore, director of administration and finance. Myself, at the time, it was Mr. Skip Leonard, director of facilities. Let's just see, I may have been Dr. Anderson from the middle school.
I'm sorry, who's Dr. Anderson?
He's a principal of Barrington Middle School. And then we had, and I'm just doing this off of memory, so I'm doing the best I can, but I know we had our Denise Flores, who was our school nurse, department head of school nurse that sat on it.
I'm sorry, Denise
Denise Flores, she was the
Flores?
Flores, yeah, she's the district nurse, district department head nurse. There was a transition over the summer, so in the beginning it was Mary Roberts, president of NEAB, and then it switched over to Ben Philo, president of NEAB. There was Lisa O'Connell, who's a educator. There was Dr. Parker, who's our school physician. There was Chairman Bay, school committee, Dr. Megan Douglas, school committee. Let's see if I may be missing somebody somewhere, but yeah, that's all I can recall at this point. I may have missed a couple of people, but.
So this group of individuals met prior to August 19th
Yeah, we met during the summer, yes.
and decided to recommend that there be a vaccine mandate for employees.
That recommendation came from myself and Ms. Bay to direct our legal counsel to amend the policy.
Okay, you already testified to that. What I'm asking is, and then you testified that it was that your and Ms. Bay's directive to legal counsel was based upon discussions you had with this group, correct?
The discussions in the group never centered on vaccine mandates. It was just about how are we going to reenter school in the safest way possible for our staff and students.
Oh, okay, so just to be clear, so for example, Dr. Parker, who is your school physician, didn't say at any time during any of these meetings, I think there should be a vaccine mandate for your school staff.
Not that I can recall.
Okay. And Dr. Parker is the only medical official on this committee, right?
Well, we have medical people such as our school nurse who's,
She's not a physician, she's not a medical doctor, she's a nurse.
we also have Dr. Douglas, who's also a medical physician.
Okay. Dr. Douglas is on the school committee.
Yes,
So was she sitting on this team as a school committee member or as a consulting physician?
as a member of our school committee.
Okay. Was she giving medical advice to this committee while serving as a school committee member?
No, not as advice. I mean, there was opinions that were given.
But you just testified that she didn't give her medical opinion that there should be a vaccine mandate either to this team, correct?
No, it was not a recommendation of the reentry task force.
Okay. So again, the only two doctors, Dr. Parker and Dr. Douglas, who was a school committee member, were on this task force, and neither of them recommended a vaccine mandate, correct?
Right.
And you're aware, Mr. Masori, that there is no recommendation from the Rhode Island Department of Health that teachers must be vaccinated,
Correct.
other than teachers who have a medical or a healthcare certification. For example, a school nurse or a school, maybe a school psychologist, or
Anyone who's licensed.
Licensed through-
Rhode Island Department of Health.
so they would have to have a vaccine pursuant to their medical or healthcare license,
Yeah,
correct?
That's what the state was mandating at that time.
At that time.
Right.
And you're aware that that mandate has gone away, right?
Objection. Relevance misstates the testimony, or misstates the evidence.
Overruled.
You're aware that the healthcare mandate in Rhode
Yes.
Island has
Yeah.
ended.
Yes, I'm aware.
The Rhode Island Department of Health has determined to eliminate the requirement that healthcare workers must be vaccinated to work. You're aware of that, right?
They propose that they lessen their restrictions,
Okay.
yes.
Well, not only do they propose it, but they adopted an emergency regulation on March 11th, which changed the original emergency regulation. So now, according to Rhode Island Department of Health, current emergency regulation as of March 11th, there is no healthcare worker mandate for vaccination, correct?
Objection. Relevance.
And I'm going to sustain that because as both Mr. Piccirilli and Ms. Rapport knows, the date of termination was January 1st. It wasn't in March, it was in January.
I'll move
So
on.
the issue is what was happening on January 1st.
Well, he already testified to it, but I'll leave his testimony that was not objected to stand on the record.
Motion to strike.
No, it's too late now. Thank you.
Motion to
Let's
strike.
ask your next question, Mr. Piccirilli,
Thank you.
please.
So now, when the school committee met on August 19th as a subcommittee, policy subcommittee, you testified who was present at that policy subcommittee, correct?
Yes,
And again, other than Ms. Douglas, who you said, I think, was at that meeting, who is a medical professional, there were no other medical professionals at that meeting?
no.
Okay. Now, you said you met, after the August 19th meeting, you met with Mr. Philo on August 20th, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I think you said that you sent him an email right before that meeting on August 19th?
Yeah, which exhibit was that?
Exhibit 5, I believe.
Yes, yep, that's correct.
Now, the date of this email is 5:22 PM, correct?
Yes,
Correct me if I'm wrong, I think the policy subcommittee met at 4 PM that day? Do you recall?
no, I mean, I don't remember.
Okay, well, let me ask the question this way.
Yeah.
This email that you sent to Mr. Philo, was it after the policy subcommittee had met?
Yes,
Now, your testimony was then, there was another meeting with Mr. Philo on August 30th that you were not present
that's
at.
correct.
Okay. And then your testimony was after that August 30th meeting, there was a MOA that was prepared that ultimately got signed on September 9th. And that's Exhibit 7, right?
Correct.
And now it's your testimony that it's your understanding that that document, Exhibit 7, the MOA, was prepared by the union?
Yes,
How do you understand that?
that's what I was informed, that they.
By whom?
The union wanted to present an MOA for consideration to the Barrington School Committee.
Okay, but the testimony was that they drafted it.
Yes.
How do you know, well, how do you have your understanding that it was the union that drafted it?
Dr. Dillon and Mr. Fiore were at the meeting and accepted the MOA from the union.
Okay, let me do it this way. Is it your testimony that your understanding is that the union drafted this document is based upon what Dr. Dillon and Mr. Fiore told you?
Yes, I mean,
Okay. Did you have a conversation?
yeah.
I'm
I
sorry.
mean, as the MOA is presented, the union would have told us in a meeting prior to the agreement that they drafted the MOA. So we know the union.
Well, do you know Mr. Filo's in the audience right now?
Yes.
And do you know that he just sent us a text saying that that's a lie, he didn't prepare the MOA? He's prepared to come up here and testify that the union did not prepare this. I want... So I'll ask you again, Mr. Fiore, how is it your understanding that the union prepared this document?
Okay, it's Mr. Masori.
I'm sorry, Mr. Masori, I'm
Sorry.
sorry.
Because that's what I was informed, and if he wants to come up and testify, have him come up.
Okay, so it's based on your testimony that you gave just now, that your understanding that the union drafted this was based upon what Mr. Fiore and Dr. Dillon told you, and that's
Yes.
it, nothing else?
Yes, that's
Okay.
it.
You know, it's interesting the way this document is worded. Various mandates. When you saw this document, when's the first time you saw this document? Was it before it was signed or after?
No, before it was signed.
Okay, do you recall the date in which you first saw it?
No,
Was it on August 30th, after the meeting with
No.
Mr. Filo?
that I do know.
It was sometime after that?
Yes, I don't know the date.
Okay. When you first saw that, did you question, well, why doesn't this say specifically what mandates they're referring to?
I didn't question that, but I can see what the mandate was, the mask mandate, and the fact that in number 3, that they also were going to be given time to recover from the booster, which was obviously due to the fact that they had to be vaccinated by November 1.
Okay, so various mandates by the state and the district. So the mandate by the state is the mask mandate, right?
It's state and town. The
It
town
doesn't-
required it also.
Doesn't say town in the MOA.
No, but it
Okay,
did.
and there's a serious question whether the town would have the power to impose a
Objection.
mandate.
Objection.
on-
This is argumentative
It's
and legal
argumentative. Please move
speculation.
on.
Okay. So various mandates issued by the state and district. So your testimony is the mandate from the state was the mask mandate, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Where in this document does it say that the mandate from the district is the COVID vaccine mandate for employees?
Well, it talks about the fact that if anyone became ill due to the first, second, or third, or booster, that they would be given time off.
Okay, let me ask it this way. Nowhere in this document is there a reference to the COVID-19 policy as amended to require the vaccine mandate of staff, correct?
Correct.
In fact, if you look at paragraph 6, there's a reference to a district illness protocol dated August 18th, 2021, correct?
Right.
So anybody reading that would assume that the policy the mandate that might be being referred to by the district is one from August 18th, which was a day before the policy subcommittee had even met to discuss the vaccine mandate.
Objection
Right?
form. Objection form.
Can you rephrase the question in pieces?
Sure.
Thank you.
Anyone reading paragraph 6 would interpret that to mean that the mandate of the district is referencing a district illness protocol from August 18th, correct?
Correct.
And the district illness protocol dated August 18th obviously did not have any reference to a vaccine mandate for teachers, correct?
Correct.
Because that predated even the policy subcommittee meeting, correct?
Yes.
Okay. By the way, since this MOA was agreed to with the union, continuous discussion with the union regarding the COVID policy, the vaccine policy, has continued since September 9th, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, on October 28th, when there was the pre-termination hearing or pre-deprivation hearing for these employees, the union spoke at that meeting, correct?
I believe a representative of the union spoke, yes.
Yeah. And that representative, I think it was Jennifer Azevedo?
Correct.
Yeah. And you recall her stating that the union was objecting to your recommendation to suspend and terminate these employees, correct?
Yes.
In fact, the union stated that they felt that you hadn't impact bargained with them over the effect of that COVID-19 mandate, correct?
Objection. Misstates the testimony.
Misstates what testimony?
Can you rephrase the question, please, Mr. Picciarelli?
Isn't it true that at that meeting, the union representative, Ms. Azevedo, stated that the union was objecting to your action because the district had not negotiated the impact of the COVID-19 vaccine mandate for teachers, correct?
I recall, and I don't remember the exact, what the date of the hearing again was what?
October 28th?
28th, yeah, October 28th. That there was a meeting prior to that with the NEAB and school committee administration.
I'm sorry. So you agree with me then that at that October 28th meeting, the union, through their representative, Ms. Azevedo, stated that the district had failed to impact bargain the COVID-19 vaccine mandate for teachers?
That's what she stated.
Okay. Now, since that October 28th meeting, you're aware that the district and the union has continued to impact bargain over that COVID-19 mandate, correct?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And as a result of that, you will agree with me that part of the COVID-19 policy requires not just the original 2-dose vaccine, but also all boosters, correct?
It's mentioned that they were going to ask all staff to be boosted when it became available.
When it became available, right. And you're aware that boosters are now available for
Well
all
aware
staff.
of it.
In fact, the 4th booster's just been approved for people over 50, right?
It's on the way, yeah.
Well, it's not on the way. It's been, as of right now, anybody over 50 is approved to take
Yeah. You're eligible.
the 4th shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. In your discussion, the district's discussion with the union resulted in an MOA allowing unboosted teachers to remain employed, correct?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Okay. Now, Mr. Masori, there's nothing in the COVID-19 amended policy, Exhibit 1, that specifically says that if a teacher does not get the vaccine, that that teacher will be terminated, correct?
Correct.
In fact, no. So when that policy was adopted, it was your understanding that you as a superintendent had some leeway to interpret the effect of that policy?
Could you repeat that again?
Could you repeat the question, please?
So when that policy was adopted, it was your understanding that you as a superintendent had some leeway to interpret
I wouldn't say interpret the effect of it. They was mandating that staff be fully vaccinated by November 1st.
Right, but it doesn't say, and if they fail to be vaccinated, that they must be terminated. I think you testified, you considered options such as unpaid leave for a period of time, other options other than termination, right?
That there would be considerations if someone were to submit like a religious or medical exemption?
No, just anyone who just failed to get vaccinated. Were there opportunities for you to decide on something other than a termination of that
No.
employee? So it's your testimony that you read that policy to require you to terminate an employee who failed to get the vaccine?
I read it, that the school committee policy read that all employees need to be fully vaccinated by November 1st, and that there would only be certain exemptions made by state or federal law. So they had to be fully vaccinated to work here.
Okay, so it's your testimony that you understood the policy to require you to terminate an employee who failed to get vaccinated by November 1st,
They had to be fully vaccinated.
unless they had a specific exemption,
Correct.
religious or medical.
Correct.
That was your interpretation of that
Correct.
policy. So you did not feel you had the power to interpret that policy to say someone who fails to comply with that would have some lesser punishment other than termination?
At that time, we were considering, options as far as whether or not we'd look at leave, et cetera. This is when this was adopted, and then when we had to make a determination by the 1st, we looked at that as being an undue burden for the district.
Okay, who's we?
That would be the director of finance, myself, and then advice in discussion with legal counsel.
Okay, that happened after the policy was developed and
Yes.
adopted?
Yes.
Okay, again, so was it your testimony that you had the power, when you were meeting with Mr. Fiore, you had the power to consider something other than termination for employees who were unvaccinated, correct?
Good?
Right. The policy gave you that leeway.
Yes.
Now, you testified that the only two people that met to review these religious exemption requests were you and Mr. Fiore, is that true?
Yes, we met. We would meet to discuss the religious exemptions and then to find out details regarding what the roles the employees played. We would talk to the building administrators.
Okay, so who else besides Mr. Fiore did you discuss these religious exemptions with?
Our legal counsel.
Other than your legal counsel,
That's
who
it.
else? Who are these, I thought you just testified that
Well,
you
we
talked to
would-
building representatives.
Yeah, we might talk to a building principal as far as what role that individual played in the building.
Okay, I'm not asking you what you might have done, I'm
Well,
asking
we
you what
did.
you
We
actually
talked to
did.
I talked to our building principal.
And which building principal
Would
did
be
you talk
like
to?
Dr. Anderson or Mr. Callahan, or at the time, Tracy McGee, who was principal at Hampton Meadows,
Okay, you're saying or, do you mean and? You talked to each of them?
individually,
So you talked to Dr. Anderson, who was the principal where?
middle school.
And that was with regard to Ms. Thurber?
Yes.
Who was the other person you talked to?
Mr. Callahan from Ms. Diorio.
And Mr. Callahan's the principal where?
At Soam School,
And that was with regard to Ms. Diorio?
correct.
And the third person, the third principal was?
Ms. Hines. And she's at Hampton Meadows.
And who was the
It
principal
was,
there?
it was Principal McGee.
McGee, okay. And when did you talk to each of them?
Yeah, I don't know exact what dates those were.
Did you talk to them after you met with Mr. Fiore or before you met with Mr. Fiore?
Mr. Fiore and I met as soon as we received the letters requesting exemption.
Okay, and when you and Mr. Fiore met, you decided that one of you was going to talk to each of the principals?
We might have had discussions, I don't know the time or date, but, we wanted to try and examine what role they played, in the building.
Okay.
Because we looked at what the criteria was going to be for exemption.
Do you have any correspondence between yourself and these three principals?
No.
Anything in writing?
No,
Okay, it was done by phone call or in
could have
person?
been in person, phone call, I don't recall.
Okay. So you called up or maybe met in person with these principals, and what specifically did you ask
I
them?
might just ask what role did they play, what students were they involved with, and how would you describe their job description as far as what they did on a daily basis? Did they meet in small group? Did they meet in the classroom? What was the population they dealt with?
When you talked to each of these principals, did you tell them that you were considering a religious exemption for the employee, and that's why you were talking to them?
I needed to get information in order to make a determination
Make a determination about what?
of whether or not we would grant an exemption.
Okay. And you made that explicit to each principal you talked to, that's why you were asking them?
I don't recall what it was, but we basically had to do fact-finding in order to find out what role they played in the school and what population they dealt with.
Did you ask any of these principals their opinion as to whether or not these individuals posed an undue risk to students or staff in the building?
If they weren't vaccinated?
Did you ask them that question?
I didn't ask them that personally.
Okay, so you didn't elicit from any of the principals their opinion as to the potential danger these three individuals posed?
I never talked about that with them,
Okay.
as far as danger.
Mr. Piccirilli, we've been going for 2 hours. Do you need a break?
How much longer do you have?
You got quite a bit. No.
Okay, how long would you like? We're going to take a 10-minute break so that the stenographer can rest her hands. It is 8:44 now. We'll resume at 8:54.
Does somebody want to go talk to Ben and ask him if he wants to come up and testify? Or ask someone to ask him?
I like that. It's very funny too. I can't hear you much. Which, I mean, probably the hallway not me, but I don't mind.
Who's the principal? Who was your principal?
examining the witness. Would you proceed?
Thank you. Mr. Masori, I need to clarify and correct myself from the record. During the break, I talked to Mr. Philo, and he informed me, he was very adamant, he did not send those text messages. So I want to clarify for the record that those were not text messages that Mr. Philo sent to anyone up on the stage. But what I did find out from Mr. Philo, and I want to ask you about this, is
Wait a minute.
his testimony, I didn't even ask a question yet.
Okay, let's.
You can't testify to what Mr. Philo told you.
And again, Mr. Philo is not a witness here. Mr. Piccirilli is correcting the record as to a statement he made himself. That is appropriate and appreciated. Mr. Piccirilli, please ask a question.
Thank you. Mr. Masori, would it surprise you if I told you that the union's explanation of that September 9th MOA is this, that MOA,
Objection. Move to strike. He's testifying to what the union told him, and that's completely improper.
The objection is sustained because what the union told you is hearsay.
I didn't say what the union told me. I'm asking this
No, you
witness.
did say what the union told
He
you.
said, would it surprise you if the union?
Would it surprise me? It's a
Excuse me, Ms.
hypothetical
Rapport.
question.
It's not
Please,
a-
Ms. Rapport, please.
It's a hypothetical question. It's cross-examination. I can ask him if his understanding is the same as this.
Why don't you ask the
Okay.
reframe the question?
Mr. Masori, isn't it true that the MOA, that's Exhibit 7, I believe, September 9th MOA, was in fact a redraft of the previous year's MOA that you had with the union from August of 2020 with some changes?
Maybe. I mean, I'd have to look at last year's
Okay.
previous MOA.
Well, you would agree with me that the previous year's August 2020 MOA would have no references to vaccines because there were no vaccines in August 2020, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And would you agree with me that when the union met with your team to discuss changing that previous year's MOA, it was to remove language that was no longer relevant, language related to things like distance learning that was no longer an option?
I can't answer that. I don't know. I wasn't,
That wasn't explained to you by Mr. Fiore and Ms. Dillon?
not the
of
distance
Dr.
learning
Dillon?
piece. I don't recall that.
So it's your testimony that Dr. Dillon and Mr. Fiore didn't tell you that their discussions with the union on August 30th centered around eliminating language which was no longer relevant?
Yeah, I don't recall.
In fact, the language that said various mandates from the state and the district was there from the prior MOA.
Yeah, it could be. I can't see the document.
Would it surprise you, well, let me ask you this, did Mr. Fiore and Dr. Dillon tell you that they told the union they couldn't discuss the COVID-19 vaccine mandate because it hadn't been officially approved as of August 30th?
I don't have knowledge of that. I don't know.
You don't know? They didn't tell you that?
Not
Okay.
about that piece.
All right, let's move on to the factors that you considered with regard to the exemption. So it's your testimony that the policy allows for certain religious exemptions, that you and Mr. Fiore met to discuss religious exemptions with these three individuals and decided that you would not grant the religious exemption to them because it would be an undue burden on the district, correct?
There's associated undue burdens, yes.
And the undue burden, you mentioned, I count three reasons. One, the risk to these teachers' students is number one, correct? The health risk to their students?
Yep,
Okay. Number two, the health risks of their coworkers?
that's one, yes.
And three, the impact to students because of the potential extended quarantine time for these unvaccinated teachers versus teachers who are vaccinated.
Yes,
Okay, so would you agree with me that those were the three reasons that you and Mr. Fiore decided upon in denying the religious exemption?
Those were part of the considerations, yes.
Those were the only considerations. There was no fourth or fifth reason, was there?
Well, we looked at their, like you said, proximity to their students, who they work with, what was the population of students they work with, and the fact that if they're unvaccinated and they had to be quarantined, which could happen a number of times, then we were responsible at that point for covering that class with personnel, and at the same time, we also decided that a virtual learning option wouldn't best suit our students' learning needs.
Okay. But again, the reason, the undue burden was based upon the three factors that I just said: the risk to students, the risk to coworkers, and the extended quarantine time.
Yeah, and what I explained also.
Well, the other things you mentioned are not factors in the
The financial
undue-
piece is an undue burden.
The financial piece related to the quarantine time.
Yes.
Okay, but that's related to the quarantine time.
Yeah.
So let's talk about the quarantine time. Can you, on Exhibit 17, page 24, you say this was presented to you from the Rhode Island Department of Education? Is that correct?
Department of Health,
Oh, this is from the Department of Health?
RIDO.
Right on, okay.
RIDO and RIDE work together.
Now, if you look on the page 24, quarantine, exemptions to quarantine include people with documented COVID-19 infection in the last 90 days. Okay. Did you ask any of these teachers if they had had COVID in the last 90 days?
No,
In fact, didn't these teachers testify on August 28th that they did have COVID?
during the time that they were working with us?
Yeah.
I don't recall.
You don't recall whether they had COVID and had a quarantine while they were working for you before October 28th?
I mean, off the top of my head, they may have, I don't recall.
Well, you testified that you get daily reports of
I do.
vaccinations. I mean,
Yep.
it sounds like you're really attuned to what's going on in your district. You're going to fire 3 of your highly qualified teachers, and you don't even know whether or not they had a prior infection which would exempt them from the quarantine?
I know that of some of them that were exposed, but I don't know the exact dates off the top of my head.
So that didn't factor at all into your undue burden analysis, did it?
No.
Even though RIDO says that infection within 90 days is the equivalent of vaccination.
Objection, misstates what RIDO says.
Sustained.
Well, RIDO says exemptions to quarantine include people who are fully vaccinated. That's the second bullet point. But the first bullet point says people with documented COVID-19 infection in the last 90 days. I read that as being equivalent. Do you?
No.
So people infected with COVID, with the infection don't need to quarantine. People who are fully vaccinated don't need to quarantine. You're telling me those aren't the same thing?
Look, if you're fully vaccinated, means that you're protected longer than the 90 days that you've been exposed. That's how I read it.
Okay, that's how you read it. So, again, now you testified that the concern that you had with regard to, and again, we're just talking about the quarantine that could result in these employees being out of work for a few days, up to 7 days, I think, right? Okay, that was one of the undue burdens, because you didn't want those students in those classes to be subject to having to have a substitute teacher for those days, right?
Well, it's just disruptive.
Yeah. Now, it is true, Dr. Masori, that fully vaccinated teachers in your district still got COVID and still missed days, and you had to hire substitutes for them, right?
Mr. Masori.
I'm sorry, Mr.
I
Masori.
appreciate it, the title, though, but no.
I'll make you an honorary doctor.
I know, I
You can identify
I don't want
as a
to, I don't want to
doctor.
insult the people. I can't insult the people that earned it.
Gentlemen, the stenographer this is hard for the stenographer. Could you
Miss-
read back the last question, please?
Question, now is it true, Dr. Masori, that fully vaccinated teachers in your district still got COVID and still missed days, and you had to hire substitutes for them?
Yes,
Okay. Now, is it also true that when you placed these individuals on leave on November 2nd, that you hired unqualified substitutes to fill their positions?
that's not entirely true.
Who did you hire to fill Ms. Thurber's position?
That one, we did have substitutes in that position for a while.
Right through December, you had a substitute.
In December, right.
Yeah, and that was an uncertified music teacher, right?
We had someone that was teaching chorus as a substitute.
She was not a certified music teacher, correct?
No.
No, you agree with me that
Yes,
she was?
wasn't. Right, correct.
You agree with me, I'm sorry, Mr. Sorry, I just want to be clear for the record.
Okay.
The person you hired to fill Ms. Thurber's position was an uncertified music teacher,
Yes.
correct? Okay. I'm sorry, she was brought in as a long-term substitute in mid-September. Prior to that, you just had daily subs or teacher coverage.
For a few days, yeah, for a few weeks, yeah.
Well, it was a month and a half.
Starting January, we had full-time long-term sub.
Let's talk about Ms. Hines. She co-teach with another.
She was a reading specialist.
She was a reading specialist, but she co-worked with another reading specialist?
Yes,
And the reason you had two reading specialists is because you have a pretty big caseload, correct?
we separate the caseloads, right?
Right, so you separated between the two of them.
Mhm, correct.
But when you fired put Ms. Hines on leave, you didn't replace her, did you?
Not immediately.
So you took her caseload and dumped it all on the other reading specialist, right?
Not entirely.
Pretty much a lot, didn't you?
We looked at the significant students that needed intensive reading and made sure that.
And the ones that didn't, please, you're not helping, please. I appreciate what you're doing, but we have to be out of here by 11. It's just going to delay things. So some of the caseload for Ms. Hines went to the other reading specialist, and some of them just didn't get anything, right? That's your testimony.
They worked on services for students, but it's.
But not with a special ed teacher,
A reading specialist,
not with a certified special educator.
a specialized reading specialist.
There were students that were on Ms. Hines' caseload that did not receive services from a certified reading specialist. Isn't that true?
Continuous, correct.
And
Yes.
Ms. Diorio, her position was filled with a part-time sub, correct?
She was filled with a long-term sub with a special education certification.
And that person been with the district a long time?
Yes, she was a retired teacher.
She was a retired teacher?
Yes.
Okay. So she had come back to work as a part-time sub?
She had been doing work until we asked her to come to SOMS.
By the way, both Ms. Hines and Ms. Diorio are certified in Orton-Gillingham, is that correct?
Oh, gee, yeah.
Yeah. And Orton-Gillingham is a very important science-based reading program that the state of Rhode Island promotes for children with dyslexia or learning disabilities, correct?
It's a program that, yep.
Oh, it's a very important program.
Yeah, for certain students.
In fact, one of the reasons you hired Ms. Diorio is because she had Orton-Gillingham, right? I'm sorry, Ms. Hines.
Yeah, she had OG training.
So you thought that was an important thing for a special education teacher coming into your district is to have that training and certification, right?
For a reading specialist, yes.
Is Wanda, I'm sorry, I won't use her name. the substitute teacher that you hired for Ms. Diorio, is she certified in Norton Gilliam?
Ms. Diori?
No, I think, you're talking for the reading specialist
No, for Ms. Diorio.
in special ed?
Yeah.
Off the top of my head, I have to admit, I don't know.
So when your attorney asked you, did you hire highly qualified staff to replace these teachers? That wasn't really accurate because the music teacher is not certified as a music teacher, and you've got special educators who are not certified to the same degree that these people are certified. And in fact, in some cases, students are going without services.
I'm fully staffed right now.
I'm talking about the time you let these
In
people go.
December?
November and December, yeah.
Yeah.
So you didn't have highly
I
qualified
did-
people
I
in those
did-
positions, did you?
I had,
So you did not have highly qualified people in these
I was
positions?
able to deliver special education services for my students at Soames.
Do you know Ms. Thurber has been a highly qualified teacher in your district for 20 years?
Yes,
Okay. How do you get to be a highly qualified teacher?
based on your evaluations.
And so for her last 20 years of her evaluation, she's been highly qualified.
I don't dispute that.
You don't dispute that any of these teachers had any disciplinary issues prior to their employment?
Correct.
In fact, well, Ms. Thurber's worked here for 20 years, and you don't, obviously, there are no disciplinary issues that you know of for her, correct?
No.
Ms. Hines started working here in 2016. She came from another district, correct?
Yes. Correct.
Were you on the interview team that hired her?
I interviewed her.
Yeah. You thought she was highly qualified, that's why you hired her, right?
That's right.
Okay. And her entire career here, she's been a highly qualified teacher.
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Diorio worked in Pawtucket for 14 years before she came here, right?
Correct.
She applied for a position in October of 2020, right?
Correct.
And at the time she applied, did you understand she was applying to come to Barrington because she was a Barrington native?
Yes, well, she told me she was a Barrington native.
Right.
Yes.
And one of the reasons she was applying for the job here and leaving Pawtucket is because she wanted to come back to her hometown, right?
That was one of her reasons, yes.
Okay. And in fact, she took a risk coming here because she lost her tenure for 2 years, right?
That's right.
But she was willing to take that risk and come here, right? Because she trusted this district to treat her right.
You have to say yes.
Yes, I'm sorry, yes. Right.
And again, you wouldn't have hired her if you didn't think she was highly qualified.
That's
would you?
correct.
Yeah. And she did nothing between October 2020 and October 2021 to suggest she wasn't still a highly qualified teacher in this district, right?
Right.
So let's look at the other two reasons you gave. The risk to students and the risk to coworkers. What medical evidence do you have sitting here right now that these teachers present a risk to unvaccinated or vaccinated students that they teach?
Because of the fact they weren't vaccinated, they're more susceptible to contracting COVID or spreading COVID.
And can you cite to me in the record
I
the
don't have
medical evidence that says that?
Yeah, I don't have it in front of me.
Okay. Do you have any medical evidence that you can present to this committee right now to substantiate what you just said, that as unvaccinated teachers, they can spread COVID to their students?
There was guidance from the CDC that talked about the 3 levels of returning students to school safely and what their guidance was is that staff should be fully vaccinated, and secondly, that masks indoors should always be worn.
Well, CDC could be recommending the vaccine for staff to protect the staff member, not necessarily to protect someone else, right?
Both.
Well, Mr. Missouri, you're not a medical expert, right?
No,
Can you cite to me specifically the CDC guidance that says unvaccinated teachers present a higher risk to students than vaccinated teachers?
yeah. I can't cite that right
No,
now.
of course you can, because it doesn't exist, Mr. Masori.
Objection,
Objection.
argumentative.
Mr. Masori, are you aware that Dr. McDonald, who is the head of the Department of Health now, and who was the head of the COVID unit back in October of last year, has testified under oath that someone getting the vaccine, the COVID vaccine, does not prevent someone from getting COVID. It doesn't prevent someone from spreading COVID. All it does is prevent the severity of COVID to someone who gets the disease. Are you aware of that testimony?
I'm not aware of his
Are
testimony.
you aware that that is the official position of the Rhode Island Department of Health, that COVID vaccines do not prevent the spread, do not prevent you from getting it, it only reduces the impact if you get it?
Objection.
Are you aware of that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you inquired from the Department of Health whether
No.
whether that's true? No, okay. Mr. Masori, you would agree with me that no other school district in the state of Rhode Island mandates vaccines for teachers with the penalty, if you are unvaccinated, that you get immediately terminated?
I know of another district that's mandated it, but I don't know what the consequences were.
Right. Little Compton might have a mandate, but you don't know what the,
Yes.
what the consequences
Right.
of it. The consequences could be you go on unpaid leave. The consequences could be you have to wear a mask. You don't know.
Could be.
You don't know.
No, I don't.
Mr. Masori, has any student of the Barrington School District died from COVID-19?
Not that I am aware of.
Okay. Has any student in Barrington been hospitalized with a severe illness because of COVID-19?
That I'm not privileged to know. I don't know.
You don't know, okay. You didn't ask the Department of Health for any of those types of statistics before you made a determination that unvaccinated teachers present an undue risk to those students?
No.
You didn't inquire about that? So, for example, if I told you that no one in the state of Rhode Island under the age of 25 has died of COVID-19, you would have no way of verifying that, would you?
I am not, no, I have no knowledge of that.
Okay. If I told you that no student in Rhode Island who didn't have significant comorbidities has suffered a severe hospitalization as a result of COVID-19, you wouldn't have any way of knowing that, would you?
I don't, you're telling me that. I don't, I'd have
That's what
to-
I'm saying. You didn't ask anybody about that, did
No,
you?
I mean, you're just telling me
You
that.
just assumed that when you made the decision that these unvaccinated teachers presented an undue risk to students. You just made the assumption that they present that risk. You didn't have no medical basis for making that determination, did you?
Objection, misstates the testimony.
Sustained.
Did you have any medical basis to determine that these three individuals presented an undue risk to students?
Not regarding any individual, but, no.
Now, you talked about coworkers. Is one of the reasons that, again, and we already went over this, but one of the three reasons was, you determined was the risk that these individuals presented to their coworkers, correct?
Yes.
Again, what's the medical basis for you determining that these three unvaccinated teachers present an undue risk of harm to their coworkers?
So coworkers could have severe medical concerns or concerns of members of their family.
Okay. Well, if the vaccine prevents you from getting COVID, why would a vaccinated teacher have any concern about being near an unvaccinated teacher?
Why would what? Could you repeat that?
If I'm a vaccinated teacher,
Yeah.
what difference does it make if I'm next to someone who's unvaccinated? I have the vaccine, it protects me, doesn't it?
It does, you can still carry it.
I'm sorry, what?
You can still carry it,
Who can still carry it?
individual, even if they're vaccinated.
And your your medical reference for that is what?
I don't have it referenced here in
You're
front of me.
just making that up, aren't you, Mr. Masori?
No,
You have no medical basis to make that statement, that someone who's vaccinated can be around an unvaccinated person, catch COVID from them, and be a carrier but not show any symptoms. Is that your testimony?
well, I'm not going to restate medical information I don't have in front of me.
Again, I'm going to ask you, if I'm a vaccinated teacher and I have medical concerns, but I'm fully vaccinated, why should I be concerned whether or not I'm around someone who's unvaccinated?
There's still a concern about contracting COVID, even if you're vaccinated.
Well, I thought the vaccine prevents you from getting COVID.
Well, you asked me if any of our staff who had been vaccinated had contracted COVID, and I said yes. So it's,
Okay, so now you will agree with me that getting the vaccine doesn't prevent you from getting
you
COVID?
can, yeah, I never disagreed with that.
Okay. All right. So again, why do these individuals pose a greater risk to those vaccinated teachers than a vaccinated teacher that spreads COVID to them?
Because it stated that, and what we've read is that a person that's unvaccinated stands a greater chance of contracting COVID than someone who's vaccinated.
It has a greater chance of contracting it or
Yes.
spreading it?
Getting it and spreading it.
And your medical basis for this is where?
It's through the research we had.
From where?
We got Department of Health, CDC.
But you don't have anything that
I
you
don't have
can
it in
point
front of
to?
me, and I don't have it in the book.
And you didn't cite that in any of your letters?
I didn't.
No, you didn't say that under CDC guidance, you know,
No, it's not cited.
from whatever date it says this, and that's what poses the undue risk to coworkers? You don't have anything, you didn't provide any information like that to these individuals, did you?
No.
Okay. And I think you already testified that the only two medical professionals that were on the COVID task force, or the reopening task force, didn't recommend the vaccine mandate, right?
The recommendation didn't come from the task
Right.
force.
So you and Mr. Fiore, and I'm assuming Mr. Fiore isn't a medical expert either?
No.
He's not a doctor,
No.
medical or educational, right?
No.
I could just have a minute.
Sure.
He's taking a short.
I have nothing further.
Do you have any redirect?
Just one moment.
Could I ask that the witness not be watching while you're not supposed to be conferring with them while you're on the stand?
just have a couple of follow-up questions. Mr. Missouri, you weren't at the meeting on August 30th, correct? With the union?
Correct.
And you relied upon information conveyed by Dr. Dillon and Mr. Fiore, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the importance of communicating to the union on the 20th or the 19th, the 20th, the 30th, the 26th, and the 10th was to make sure that the union was fully apprised of the mandate that the policy reflected. Right?
Objection. I mean, not only is that leading, I mean, that is both
Well-
the purest form of testimony from a question I've ever heard. That is exceedingly leading.
Well, you haven't been in many proceedings with me yet.
No, but too many.
Overruled, you can.
So what was the
Overruled, you're
purpose?
going to let her testify now? Can we have her sworn so I can?
Mr. Picciarelli, no, people did not interrupt you.
All right, I made my point.
Thank you.
Was the purpose of communicating to the union to put them on notice of this policy?
Yes.
Okay. And did the union at any point come to you, having been notified of the vaccine mandate, and say, let's sit down and talk about the consequences of what will happen? Let's negotiate over that.
No.
Did they do that in October when, did they do that before the October 28th meeting?
No.
Okay. Who put on the agenda to have an impact bargaining conversation with the union on the 28th?
Objection. How would he know?
Who put that on the agenda? Do you know? Was that the union's request to impact bargain, or was that the administration's request? On the 28th?
It was, I believe we requested it.
Right.
Yeah.
So in this 2-month period during which the students struggled with less than optimal working conditions, was that purpose of that 2-month period to provide a benefit to these 3 women?
Objection. Again, this is so leading.
Overruled.
Why'd you do that? Why did you give them 2 months?
From November to January.
Yeah.
To, as I mentioned, if they reconsidered and were vaccinated, they returned to their position.
Okay. So that wasn't for the students, that was for them?
For them, and benefits our students.
Okay. And when I asked you about whether you had highly qualified replacements, were you speaking to that 2-month period or now?
Now,
Okay. And when you were being questioned about the factors that you considered in assessing whether to grant or deny the particular request for an accommodation, did you consider other forms of accommodation, such as an unpaid leave of absence for the full year, as well as masking and testing, as well as remote teaching?
no.
Asked and answered again, especially since we're under a time constraint, do we really need to?
Overruled. The
Did you
objections
consider,
are taking up more time.
and then reject?
Is that overruled?
Did you consider and then decide against other possibilities?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say you relied upon medical information, that medical information, where was that located? Where did you get your
It's on
medical?
our protocols, our COVID protocols, and the guidance that we get from Rhode Island Department of Health and RIDA,
And the CDC?
CDC. Yeah.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Picciarelli, do you have any recross examination?
Nothing further.
Ms. Rapport, do you have any other witnesses?
We do not.
Does the superintendent rest?
Yes.
Mr. Picciarelli, would you like to call your first witness?
I will also waive my opening.
I'm sorry.
That's, I just thought of it
I
myself.
apologize.
But I will waive it.
Thank you, Mr.
Under the time
Piccirilli.
constraints we have. I call Mr. Fiore.
Yes.
Please state your name for the record.
Douglas, last name Fiore, Fiore.
Mr. Fiore, let's talk about this October 30th meeting with the union. It's been testified that you and Dr. Dillon were there representing the district, is that correct?
I believe you mean August 30th.
August 30th, I'm sorry, yes.
Correct,
And it was just the two of you representing the district, is that correct?
correct.
And there were the Ben Philo and maybe 2 or 3 other union people who were present at that meeting, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to ask you, at that meeting, did the union indicate that the purpose of that meeting was to amend the previous year's MOA to take out language that was no longer relevant?
No,
That wasn't the purpose of the meeting?
no,
Was the purpose of the meeting to talk about the COVID-19 vaccine mandate?
yes,
That was the purpose of the meeting?
yes.
Okay. And so it's your testimony. Well, let me ask you this. Was there a prior year's MOA that you worked off of?
No,
It was this MOA was brand new, wasn't based on the prior year?
correct,
That's your testimony?
yes.
Okay. And so if that were the case, I would have assumed that the MOA would start off by saying, as a result of the district's COVID-19 vaccine mandate for teachers, the union and the school committee agree as follows, but it doesn't say that.
Which exhibit is it?
Exhibit 7.
So what is your question?
Could I have a read back?
And so if that were the case, I would have assumed that the MOA would start off by saying, as a result of the district's COVID-19 vaccination mandate for teachers, the union and the school committee agree as follows. But it doesn't say that.
That's correct.
When you met with the union, again, is it your testimony also that the union prepared this document?
No,
Who prepared this document?
it was a collaborative effort.
Who actually typed it up?
Various people.
Who started it?
Mr. Philo,
So Mr. Philo's, your testimony is Mr. Philo drafted something initially.
he created the document.
Okay. And then you worked on it with him.
Correct.
Was it at that August 30th meeting or some other time?
October.
August 30th.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
August 30th, correct.
Right, yeah, I made the mistake the first time. So at that, start again. At that August 30th meeting, is that when you worked collaboratively on this document?
Yes,
Was there any other time after August 30th that you worked collaboratively on this document prior to September 9th?
not with that same group of people.
Okay. Was it with some other people?
I believe there were subsequent edits made to it
By whom?
by both parties. I don't remember the specific sequence.
Okay, was that something that was done by email or communication?
Yes,
It wasn't live, in other words?
Correct.
Okay. Well, maybe it was on Zoom, I don't know. Okay, at any time when you were editing this MOA, did you say, look, I think we should specifically mention the COVID-19 vaccine mandate in this document? Did you ever say that?
Opening sentence, various mandates.
Yeah, that's not my question, Mr. Fiore.
Okay, repeat the question, please.
Could you read back the question, please?
At any time when you were editing this MOA, did you say, look, I think we should specifically mention the COVID-19 vaccination mandate in this document? Did you ever say that?
No,
Did you ever prepare a draft of an edit that specifically mentioned the COVID-19 vaccine mandate?
I don't believe so.
Now let's turn to Exhibit 12, if you could. So Exhibit 12 is an email chain between you and Ms. Hines, correct?
Yes.
And it starts with an email on Friday, September 24th, where Ms. Hines asked for a religious exemption, correct?
Yes.
And then it looks like about 4 days later, Ms. Hines emailed you again just to want to confirm that you had received it, right?
Yes.
And then later that day, on the 28th of September, you emailed back and said, "Hi, Stephanie, yes, we did," meaning you did receive the request, religious exemption request. "We are revving the request and should have responses out by next week," correct?
Correct.
What did you mean by revving?
I think it's a typo.
What did you mean?
Reviewing?
Ah, that makes sense. Okay, and then, looks like a couple of weeks go by, and Ms. Hines emails you on October 12th asking, what's going on? Have you had a chance to review it? Do you see that?
Mhm.
You have to say yes or no.
Yes,
for the-
yes.
And then later that day, on the 12th, you email back to Stephanie, "We will be meeting with the school committee Thursday to clarify our policy," correct?
That's correct.
So on October 12th, neither you nor Mr. Missouri had determined whether or not you were going to accept Ms. Hines' religious exemption request, correct?
Yes.
And on October 12th, you were telling Ms. Hines that you were meeting with the school committee to determine whether or not to grant the religious exemption request,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Now, I want, if you could look at exhibit, where is it? Exhibit B, my exhibits. Exhibit B is an agenda for October 7th, school committee meeting, correct?
Yes.
And in the executive session, it states, "The committee may seek to convene an executive session," et cetera, and for 3 reasons. One, the third reason, quote, implementation of implementation of committee COVID-19 vaccine mandate / exemption requests, correct?
Yes.
So it's your understanding that on October 7th, an executive session, that you were going to be meeting with the committee to discuss the 3 religious exemption requests by these 3 plans, correct?
Objection.
No.
That's not what that meant?
Sorry.
What did that mean? What were you going to be talking about?
Objection.
Can you break it into one question as opposed to multiple, please?
Sure. What was the purpose of that meeting to discuss the implementation of the COVID-19 vaccine mandate exemption requests?
To the extent that Mr. Picciarelli is seeking to elicit from this witness the conversation in that executive session, it's covered by the privilege. To the extent he seeks for Mr. Fiore to reiterate what the agenda item is, he's welcome to ask Mr. Fiore what the agenda item said.
So can I have a readback?
I can't hear.
I asked the witness what this meant.
I'm asking for a readback.
What was the purpose of that meeting to discuss the implementation of the COVID-19 vaccine mandate exemption request?
The witness can answer that question.
Yes.
No, what was the purpose?
Could you read back the question again for the witness? And he can answer the question.
What was the purpose of the meeting to discuss the implementation of the COVID-19 vaccine mandate exemption request?
Same answer. Yes.
Why was that being discussed at that meeting?
Have to ask whoever put the agenda together.
You don't know why that was put on the agenda? You do not know why that was put on the agenda? You can't look at anybody else for the answer, Mr. Fiore. You either know or you don't know why it was put on the agenda.
Thank you. Mr. Picciarelli, let the witness answer.
Yes, I know why it was put on the agenda.
Why was it put on the agenda?
To implement committee COVID-19 vaccine mandate exemption requests.
Was it to discuss these complainants' specific requests?
No.
It was not. Okay. So why, on April 12th, I'm sorry, before I get there, that meeting didn't occur on October 7th, correct?
Correct.
There was a problem with posting the agenda or some timing of it. I think that is Exhibit C. Do you have Exhibit C in front of you? Do you have that in front of you?
Yeah, that looks like it's an email.
Yeah. And it says, due to a posting error, they had to cancel the meeting, right?
Correct.
And so it was rescheduled for October 14th, correct?
Correct.
And the exact same language appears on the October 14th agenda in executive session, implementation of committee COVID-19 vaccine mandate / exemption request, correct?
Correct.
Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, I'm sorry, you didn't answer.
I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
It was the same wording as the prior
It's the
agenda.
same wording as the prior agenda, right. Okay, so now, when you sent Ms. Hines the email, Exhibit 12, when you sent her an email on October 12th, which was after the October 7th meeting was scheduled and canceled, but before the October 14th meeting happened, when you said, "Hi, Stephanie, we will be meeting with the school committee Thursday to clarify our policy," did you mean that you were meeting in executive session on October 14th to clarify the policy?
Yes.
So the purpose of the language in the executive session was for the committee to meet to discuss, to clarify their policy in response to Ms. Hines' request.
That's not what I said.
Is that true or not?
That's not what I said.
Is it true or not?
No,
So the purpose of the meeting was not to respond to Ms. Hines' request,
that's correct.
but it was to discuss how you would respond to certain religious exemption requests.
No,
I'm confused.
so am I.
So why don't you explain to me, so I don't have to guess, when you said, we're going to clarify our policy at the school committee meeting, what specifically were you clarifying?
Implementation of COVID-19 vaccine mandate and exemption request.
What about the policy were you clarifying?
We were seeking some clarification on implementation.
What clarification were you seeking?
It's privileged.
You don't get to object, Mr. Fiore. Only your lawyer does. There's no objection. I'll ask the question again. Could you please repeat the question?
Question, what clarification were you seeking?
Seeking clarification on how to implement the policy.
Were you seeking clarification on how to implement the policy with regard to religious exemptions?
Yes,
Were you seeking to determine whether or not you could deny religious exemptions?
no,
You were not seeking to clarify whether or not the policy allowed you to deny a religious exemption. That's your testimony?
yes.
Then why did you respond to Ms. Hines that the committee was going to clarify the policy when the only purpose to respond to her was responding to her religious exemption request? What other purpose would you be saying that to her?
I don't understand your question.
When you said to Ms. Hines on October 12th, we will be meeting with the committee to clarify our policy, you were referring to her religious exemption request, weren't you?
In the email to her, yes.
Okay. So when you're saying to Ms. Hines, we're going to meet with the committee to clarify the religious exemption part of the policy, that's what you meant.
That's not what I wrote, no.
So were you purposely misleading Ms. Hines into thinking that's what you were going to do?
Can you read back my comment?
We will be Ms. Hines, email to you. Hi. I am curious if you had a chance to review my request and have an updated timeline as to when the decision will be made. That's at 11:25 a.m. on October 12th. A mere 8 minutes later, you respond at 11:33 a.m. Hi, Stephanie. We will be meeting with the school committee Thursday to clarify our policy. Is it your testimony that when you said clarify our policy, you weren't talking about her request regarding the religious exemption?
Not specifically.
So you were referring to something else?
Yes.
And you left it to Ms. Hines to guess what that was? You purposely misled her to think that you were going to talk about her religious exemption request 2 days later at a school committee meeting. You purposely misled her?
Objection.
Mr. Fiore?
Objection?
Sustained.
Did you purposely mislead Ms. Hines into thinking that her religious exemption request was going to be discussed at the school committee meeting on October 14th?
I can't speak for Ms. Hines.
Did you intend to mislead her?
No,
You intended to give her accurate information.
which I did.
And the accurate information is, in response to her inquiry about her religious exemption request, your response was, we're meeting with the committee to clarify that. Correct?
You're making that connection.
Well, that's what this makes. That's the connection this makes. That's the connection that Ms. Hines is going to make. That's the connection that any sane human being is going to make, unless you're trying to mislead them, Mr. Fiore.
Picciarelli,
Objection.
please limit
Objection
your
to-
comments.
I will let the record reflect how misleading that is.
Objection.
Mr.
Move
Picciarelli.
to
And if
strike.
Mr.
That's-
Fiore doesn't
that's
want to
sta-
clarify it,
That statement will be stricken, Mr. Picciarelli. This is not the time in the hearing for argument.
okay, I'll save it for argument. By the way, as of October 12th, at 11:33 a.m., had you and Mr. Fiore, you and Mr. Missouri decided whether or not to grant Ms. Hines' religious exemption request?
No.
You hadn't made that decision as of October 12th at 11:33 a.m.?
That's correct.
Had you made it as before 6 p.m. on October 14th?
No.
You made it after 6 p.m. on October 14th?
Correct.
Okay. And did you make it as a result of this executive session meeting?
No.
The executive session meeting had no impact on whether or not you were going to grant or deny that
Objection.
exemption?
Misstates the testimony. He completely misstated the testimony. Objection to form.
Sustained.
So did the meeting on October 14th with the committee have any impact on your decision to deny the religious exemption request?
Not specifically.
It had some impact on it?
We were seeking implementation guidance, and that's what we received.
Okay. And the implementation guidance you were seeking was from the school committee?
That's who executive session was with, correct?
Well, your legal counsel was there too, and I'm asking you, is it your testimony that on October 14th in executive session, you were seeking guidance from the school committee as to how to implement their policy?
Objection. This is privileged material.
No, it's not. If he's asking, it's absolutely not privileged material. If this should have been done in open session, if the purpose of the meeting was to inquire of the school committee members their advice as to implementing this policy. Under what possible exemption does that qualify?
Okay, the objection is sustained because the issue in this hearing is whether there is good and just cause. You want to raise an Open Meetings Act issue, I suggest you raise those with Judge
No, I'm
Lanfear.
asking a question, I'm asking whether or not this witness was asking the committee members for their input on implementing the policy. The objection was it's privileged because it was an executive session.
That the privilege covers situations in which legal counsel is giving advice.
I didn't ask the legal counsel
Okay.
advice, I asked if it
Now,
was.
I'm sorry, Mr. Picciarelli, the objection is sustained.
So after the meeting on October 14th, when did you decide to deny these religious exemption requests?
Sometime between then and the letter being issued,
So between then and October 18th?
correct.
Okay. So did you and Mr. Missouri have another meeting after the school committee meeting in which to discuss these religious exemption requests?
Yes.
Okay. And when did that meeting take place?
I don't know the specific time.
Okay. But sometime between those 4 days? Okay. Was there anybody else at that meeting besides you and Mr. Missouri?
Not in person.
I'm sorry?
Not in person.
By phone, by email, by
Yes.
carrier pigeon? How? Who else was present and how were they present?
Was that one question?
No, it's two questions, but I think you're smart enough to be able to answer them both at the same time.
Mr.
start with the
Picciarelli,
first
can you
one.
simply
If he's going to be
ask-
snarky, I'm going to be snarky back.
And
This is the most obnoxious witness I've practically
And I'm
ever
gonna
dealt
st-
with,
I'm
and I'm
gonna-
going to be as obnoxious to him as he is to me. He's evasive,
Picciarelli-
he is evasive, he lies.
Mr. Picciarelli, I'm going to warn you that I will adjourn this hearing and we'll come back another night. Is that what you would like?
Well, I would ask you to direct the witness to not be so obnoxious and to answer the question. It's a reasonable question.
I'm going to, again, strike your statements, and I will presume that you're making them because of the late hour. Ask a question.
There's a question pending, I'm asking the witness to answer it.
Could I have a
Who was
readback?
present and how were they present?
You can answer that question.
Mr. Missouri and legal counsel
And how was legal counsel present?
by phone.
So you had another meeting after to discuss the religious exemption with the district legal counsel?
Yeah, I didn't say it was limited to one meeting.
Did you, you had more than one meeting between October 14th and October
Possibly.
18th? Possibly? Was legal counsel present at all of those meetings?
I can't say every one.
Okay. Was she present for the entirety of the meeting?
Which meeting are we talking about?
Any of the meetings between October 14th and October 18th?
Yeah, possibly.
Possibly she was present the whole time?
Yeah.
Okay. But possibly there was a time when you and Mr. Missouri talked without her present?
Correct.
Okay. Was there a time when you and Mr. Missouri talked without Ms. Rapport being present?
Yes.
And during that time, did you discuss the religious exemption request?
Yes.
And when did you make the decision to deny it?
Sometime between the 14th and 18th.
Okay. Was that decision made between you and Mr. Missouri or between you, Mr. Missouri, and Ms. Rapport?
Me and Mr. Missouri.
And was that your recommendation to Mr. Missouri? Was it Mr. Missouri's recommendation to you? Do you remember whose idea it was?
No.
Do I have a moment? Nothing further.
Ms. Rapport, do you have any cross-examination?
We have no redirect.
It would be cross, Ms. Rapport.
Did you say you were done?
Yeah, no, I think you meant you had no cross,
Recross.
or no original
it's
cross.
It's cross, Ms. Rapport.
We have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Rapport. Do you have another witness, Mr. Piccirilli?
If I could have, knowing the time, if I could have 2 minutes, I'll be calling my clients very quickly. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Thank you.
It's 10:01. Well, the answer, under state, not during,
Call Kerry Thurber.
Please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state and spell your name for the record.
Harry Thurber, K-E-R-R-I-T-H-U-R-B-E.
Ms. Thurber, where do you live?
I live in Somerset.
I'm
Yep.
having trouble hearing.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
You live in Somerset, Massachusetts. Who do you live with?
I live with my husband, Justin, and my 3 kids.
And your 3 kids, are they in school?
They are, yes.
When did you start, well, what's your educational background?
Went to Rhode Island College for music ed and a bachelor's in music. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Okay,
just
closer.
Try to just keep talking into the mic if you can.
Okay. So I received my bachelor's from Rhode Island College in 2001.
And where did you start working after school?
I actually worked in Taunton for a couple of months, and then I ended up leaving when summer break came, and then I started working at Barrington Middle School in September of 2001 as a long-term sub.
I'm still having, just,
Okay.
if you could just enunciate a little bit. It's
Sure.
just not carrying that well.
Okay. So I was hired in September of 2001 as a long-term sub at Barrington Middle School for chorus and music.
And then eventually, did that become a permanent full-time position?
It did, yes.
Okay. Roughly when?
After that school year, so it would have, the position became permanent in the 2002-2003 school year.
Yeah. And have, up until you were suspended on November 2nd of 2021, did you continuously work in Barrington as a music teacher?
Yes, I did.
Okay. It was always at the middle school?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit of what you did as the music teacher in Barrington Middle School?
Yeah, I worked with 6th, 7th, and 8th grade singers. So they signed up for my class. So taught them to sing properly, taught them to read music. In addition, I also taught general music classes as well.
Did you participate in any performances with your students?
Yes, I did a lot. We did a lot of performance for the community. We performed at Rhode Island State House, NELMS conferences, Swansea Mall, Barrington tree lighting every year, and different community events.
Okay. Was there something called Arts Alive Barrington that you participated in? Was there something called Arts Alive Barrington that you participated in?
Yes, yes.
How did that come about?
The artistic director, Dina Davis, came to the middle school one day, I think it was sometime in 2014, and asked if I would help them and be their musical director for any of the shows that they did at the middle school.
And did you do anything with Rhode Island College music practicum?
Yes.
And what was that?
So what the practicum is college students who are music ed majors, and before their student teaching, they get a little bit of what they call practicum experience. So they come in to a classroom, they observe a teacher and learn from the teacher, and then they get to practice teaching a little bit with students.
Okay. You heard the testimony from Mr. Masori that you were a highly qualified teacher for your entire tenure, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Never had any disciplinary issues?
No.
What was your relationship with students and parents over the course of the 20 years?
It was excellent. It was excellent. My students and I had an awesome rapport, and same with parents.
Yeah. You receive cards and letters from them over the years?
Many, yes.
Supportive and thankful for what you've done?
Yes.
How's this action by the committee, how's it affected you?
Well, I'm not making music with students anymore. That's really kind of a hole in my heart, because that's a love that I have, is to work with kids and to make them better musicians, better people, and that's missing.
You heard testimony that allowing you to continue to work with these students would be an undue burden on the district, in part because there could be a disruption to their education if you had a quarantine for a period of time. Are you aware of the impact that your suspension and termination has had on the students in your classroom since you left?
Yes, they've had, for the 2 months that I was on suspension, they had either teacher coverage or a daily sub in there. They had no music instruction whatsoever during that time.
I'm going to move to strike for a lack of foundation.
Sustained. Mr.
How are you aware of this?
Just from what students and parents and colleagues would tell me.
I can't hear her
Can you say
answer.
that again?
From what students and parents and colleagues would tell me.
Okay. Do you have anything else you want to add? Okay.
No, thank you.
I have nothing further.
I just have a couple of questions for Ms. Thurber, not many. Ms. Thurber, since you have been not working for Barrington, have you had other employment?
Objection, relevance.
Mr. Picciarelli, you opened the door. Mr. Picciarelli, you opened the door. You've talked about opening the door, and when the other side opened the door, I let you go through. This time,
Okay.
you opened the door. Ms. Rapport can ask the question. Can I have a read back?
Have you had other employment?
Yes, I've been working as a substitute teacher at Barrington Christian Academy.
Has that work been continuous? In other words, you work every day?
Yes,
Okay. And is that a position that is long-term or short-term?
it is long-term just until the end of this school year.
Okay. And in that capacity, do you work with students in delivering choral instruction?
No, I do not.
Okay, what do you do?
Right now, I am just supervising Spanish classes. They're doing Spanish online. So they're learning through an online program, and I am in the classroom just supervising them, making sure that they're doing their work.
Okay. Do you have any Spanish certification?
No.
Okay. And you said that you had received information from students, parents, and colleagues regarding the ongoing experience in the classroom.
Yes.
Okay. And what students have you received information? What parents?
I'm going to object. Do we really need to know the names of people?
And again, you
You
opened the door, Mr. Picciarelli.
I'm going to direct, if she doesn't feel comfortable answering it, I'm sorry. If she doesn't feel comfortable answering, I'm going to tell her she doesn't have to answer. I don't care what you do about it.
What parents have you, put the students aside, what parents have you spoken with?
If you feel comfortable, tell me.
I don't feel comfortable answering that.
And for the record, I'm going to direct the witness to answer the question.
And I'm directing her not to.
And what colleagues have you talked with?
I'm going to, again, if you're not comfortable answering that, don't answer it.
And I'm going to direct the witness to answer, and I want the witness to understand that the committee can draw a negative inference from your refusal to answer.
You can advise the committee anything you wish.
Okay. So what colleagues have reported to you the status of the students?
My partner, Dale Biankowitz.
Okay.
Biankowitz.
Okay, has what's her last name?
Biankowitz.
Has she reported that your position has been filled by a teacher from East Greenwich?
She has, yes.
Okay. And do you know that teacher who took your position?
Not, I've met her.
Was she a student intern here for some period of time?
She was, yes.
Okay. She's quite good, right?
I don't know. She was a student teacher at the time.
And you have sought unemployment benefits in addition to having a job as a substitute teacher, correct?
I'm going to object this.
I'll sustain that.
Thank you.
Okay. I have no further questions.
I have nothing further. Call Ms. Hines.
Please raise your hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state your spelling name for the record.
Stephanie Hines, STEPHANIEHINES.
Thank you, Ms. Hines. Where do you live?
I reside in Cranston.
And who do you live with?
I live with my husband and my children, who are 2, 5, and 7.
Okay. Ms. Hines, what's your education background?
So I have a bachelor's degree in elementary education and psychology. I went straight on to obtain my master's degree in reading specialization. Through that, I completed a very intense Orton-Gillingham training. It was 45 hours of classroom work and 100 hours of supervised teaching. And that is, I will want to state, different than some other programs that people are trained through.
What do you mean by that?
So this is a very highly prescriptive one-on-one Orton-Gillingham, and whereas I guess the prescriptiveness of it and the individualization is different versus taking a comprehensive course for 30 hours on how to implement it for a classroom.
Okay. Does that specialized training, is that something that school districts covet a new special education reading specialist?
Yes.
Okay. Do you belong to something known as IMSLEC?
Sure. So that's it stands for the National Multisensory Structured Language Education Council. It goes by IMSLEC, and it accredits different organizations that kind of understand reading and the science of reading. And to be in good standing, you need to complete 30 hours of professional development every 3 years, in which I have. I do remain in good standing despite that training being 12 years ago.
Okay. What was your employment history? Where did you first start teaching?
I first started in Lynn, Massachusetts, and I moved along throughout Massachusetts. My final place in there was in Mansfield. I was laid off there due to lowest seniority. I obtained a position in Cumberland, and again was laid off due to lowest seniority and budget cuts. And then I came to Barrington in August of 2016 looking for a place that had consistent budgets, that I saw Orton Gillingham listed on the school spring, and I thought, that's my place.
Did you actually have another job offer at the same time from another district?
I did.
What
yes.
district?
I was offered a position in Burrillville.
Okay. They don't have a vaccine mandate in Burrillville, do they?
No, not that I'm aware of.
But you're wishing you went there instead. What's your employment history been like since you were in Barrington?
All evaluation cycles, I was effective. I never had any concerns about job performance.
And what did you do? What was your function for the district?
So, as a reading specialist, I taught one-on-one or small groups in grades 4 and 5 at Hampton Meadows. Sometimes my skills were used as a more qualified person to deliver. My skills were used in Orton Gillingham to deliver instruction to special education students if the special educator was not OG certified. I worked collaboratively with my teaching partner. We administered various assessment measures. We looked at student data. We determined their gaps. We decided, amongst others, what the best method of intervention was. And I provided Tier 3 intervention.
Okay. You also provide Orton Gillingham services to students?
I did, yes.
Yeah. Was that because you were the more qualified person to provide that of the reading specialist?
Not other than not within the reading specialists, but if there were some special educators who had not undergone that training, I would be added as
Oh, I see, okay.
someone on, yeah.
Since you've left your position, are you aware of what's happened to your caseload and students since you left?
Yes,
And how are you aware of that?
through my teaching partner.
Okay. And you heard Mr. Masori's testimony about why there were 2 reading specialists because of the caseload?
Mm-hmm.
You have to say yes or no.
Yes.
And you heard his testimony with regard to what happened after you left. What's your understanding of what happened after you left?
My understanding is that my position was initially advertised as a long-term sub position, and the district was unable to obtain a substitute teacher. What that meant is that my caseload was not serviced until January, when things were able to be reorganized.
Is that because the person that you taught with had such a heavy caseload she couldn't take on those
So
extra
she
students?
had a heavy caseload. Also, in past administrative decisions, there were a lot of students placed in one classroom. So it was just impossible to reach without pulling from the core and specials. That's my understanding. That's not what I've been told, just my impression of what happened.
Do you have any information as to whether students that you were servicing have been going either without service or being serviced by people who are not certified special ed teachers?
No.
No, okay. All right, do you have anything else you'd like to add? I mean, other than this is, imagine, it's taking quite a toll on you.
Yeah, I reached out to my past principal today, actually, just to ask permission if I had the chance to share. I had prepared another statement, and then I found out that we didn't get to talk. And I asked him if he was okay sharing this, and I explained to him, or what it was I had a conversation with him in October. And in that conversation, I said, I just don't know how to explain how this feels. The last time I felt like this was when I lost my dad 3 years ago. And my principal said, well, Stephanie, that's because this is a loss. This is a loss for you, this is a loss for our school, and this is a loss for your students in our district. And I would just ask you to think about that. It's not just about a termination, it's about people, it's about students who we're all here for. That's why we do the jobs that we do. Thank you.
There is. There's just one other item I wanted to clarify. The superintendent testified that he talked to your building principal, and he mentioned somebody by the name of McGee. Is that correct?
Yes, so Tracy McGee was my principal all years prior until this year. She resigned in August, I think, of 2021. So my principal this year, or my standing principal, was Gino San Giuliano.
So when Mr. Masori testified he talked to Ms. McGee, that wasn't possible. He either was misunderstood or was not accurate in his testimony, right?
Correct.
I have nothing further.
I have a few questions. Ms. Hines, when you were suspended, you understood that you had your job to go back to if you were vaccinated, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were receiving health insurance through that 2-month period through the district, correct?
Objection. What's the relevance to that?
She's talking about...
Overruled.
Yeah. You were receiving health insurance through the district, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, you received health insurance for another month in January, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you're receiving health insurance, I believe, through this month.
That is
Objection.
not true.
I'll sustain that objection.
I mean, come on.
Okay.
It's not even accurate.
I sustained the objection.
So in that 2-month period between November 1st and December 31st, you knew that the district, because it was holding the position for you, was not able to find qualified or highly qualified, as you are, substitute teachers, right?
There are not many long-term reading specialist positions posted. As I looked myself, there was one that I saw posted in Lincoln.
Right.
So my impression is that anyone that was looking for a position would have gone and applied for that job.
So I'm interested in what you're saying is there aren't many long-term substitutes, so it's hard to fill. You would agree with me that it's hard to fill a position for a short-term basis. Someone wouldn't want to leave, say, a position in Burrillville just to come for a couple of months, right?
If they had a full-time position somewhere else, yes, I could see that.
Right. And you understand that, you did understand that the position was being held so that if you got vaccinated, you could come back to it, right?
I did, but the vaccination is not an option for me.
Right. So you made a decision to carry out your feelings despite the fact that there was clearly an impact on the kids, right?
I'm going to object. If I could, just for the record, the decision to suspend and terminate these individuals did not challenge their significantly held religious beliefs.
So that wasn't my
It's stipulated,
question.
therefore, it is stipulated for the record that she has a sincerely held religious belief, and it's not a proper subject of examination. And I didn't bring it up in direct.
Overruled, because that's not what the question was.
Yeah, that's not my question. My question is you pointed out with some passion that the children were suffering because you weren't in the classroom, right?
So I didn't understand the timeline for these hearings. I knew that we submitted an appeal, and I was hopeful that this would happen sooner than March 31st. I had a feeling that, I guess a hope, that we would have a hearing and that a decision would be reversed.
Okay. And in that 2-month period when you were on unpaid leave, you never came to Mr. Missouri and suggested, say, let's wait out the year and hold my position because I want to come back. You never proposed that, did you?
I didn't know that was an option.
Oh, okay. What? Did you read the letter that was sent to you on November 2nd, which said that if you had ideas to please report or come to Mr. Missouri? Did you see that communication?
I did, but I thought you were talking about after I was already determined to be terminated.
Well, it said if in this period of time of unpaid leave between November 2nd and December 31st, you have some other idea so we don't have to terminate you, please come forward. That's what it said, didn't it? Did say that,
Yes,
right?
I think so, yes.
Yeah, it did. And you've been communicating with your colleague about your position, or the persons who filled the position in that 2-month period, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you knew they were not great, right?
I did not say that the person who was hired was not qualified.
Okay. And you know that now there is a person from East Greenwich who's filling that position.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Because the position has become a permanent position after January 1st.
Yes.
And do you have employment now?
I do.
And where do you work?
I am currently working as a student support specialist at Barrington Christian Academy.
Okay. And is that a full-time position?
Yes.
Have you applied to be a teacher in any other school district?
Not at the moment, no.
Have you looked for any openings to see if there were openings for OG work at any other school district?
I have looked through School Spring, but there are no districts that specifically state OG or in Gillingham training recommended.
Any reading specialist options?
There are some at a middle school level for the following school year, not for this current school year.
For 21, 22, 23?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
I have nothing further. Call Ms. Diorio.
I do. Brittany Diorio. Brittany, Brittany, Diorio, Diorio.
All right. Ms. Diorio, where do you live?
I live in Barrington.
Have you always lived in Barrington?
I have.
Okay. You grew up here?
Yep.
Okay. Who do you live with?
My husband, Andrew, who also grew up in town, and my 2 children, ages 6 and 9.
So would it be fair to say that not only are you an employee here, or were an employee here in Barrington, but you personally knew some of the people you worked with,
I did.
including the superintendent
I did.
and your building principal?
Yes.
What's your education background?
I went to Rhode Island College. I have an early childhood degree, grades pre-K to 2. I have a special ed degree, mild to moderate, grades K through 8. And then in 2019, I went back to get my master's degree from URI, and that was in the areas of TESOL, which is Teaching English to Speakers of Other Languages. I also got a degree in dual language immersion, and I earned 2 additional certifications English as a second language teacher, grades pre-K to 2, and bilingual dual language pre-K to 2.
Okay. What's been your work history as a teacher?
I started my career in Pawtucket. I was there for 13 years. I taught special ed, I taught I taught kindergarten, and then I taught in a first grade dual language classroom.
Okay. How long did you teach there?
13 years.
Okay. How did you come to work in Barrington?
I saw a posting on School Spring, and they were in need of a special educator, and it's really always been my dream to come back and teach in the town that my mother grew up in, I grew up in, my husband grew up in, his family grew up in. We have ties to this town, and I felt like it was meant to be.
When did you come to Barrington?
I actually started September 2020 teaching distance learning in Pawtucket, found of the position in September and applied and was hired and came October 5th, 2020.
So right at the height of the beginning of the pandemic.
Yes.
Do you have any idea that you'd be sitting here a year and a half later, being fired because you didn't take a vaccine because of this pandemic?
And the fact that I have poured my heart, blood, sweat, and tears into teaching in a different district who hasn't mentioned once about a vaccine mandate, to come here and to have my career destroyed is devastating, yes.
In fact, you came here as a non-tenured teacher. You gave up 13
Right.
years of tenure to come here, right?
Right,
Yeah.
I did.
Who did you meet with when you were applying here?
I had an interview with Jim Callahan, and then I had an interview with Superintendent Missouri.
Were they obviously positive interviews?
Great interviews,
Yeah.
yep,
They were happy to bring you on board.
very much.
The principal that you mentioned, what was his name again?
Jim Callahan?
Okay. There's in evidence some emails that you sent to Mr. Missouri regarding some concerns you had in September when you first heard about this vaccine mandate, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Did you have a conversation with your principal about that?
I did.
What was that conversation?
I had two very specific conversations with him. One, when I was notified by the union rep, I did go to him, and he said he had not heard any of that, said that accommodations would be put in place. And then I did call him very upset the night that I got news that my exemption was denied. And he again repeated, he had never talked to Superintendent Missouri about it. He was quite speechless. He did not know what to say. I was very upset on the phone, and he didn't know what to say.
So either Mr. Missouri lied when he testified that he questioned Mr. Callahan about your employment, or Mr. Callahan lied to you when he said he hadn't had any communication.
Objection.
Correct.
Sustained.
Who do you believe?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right, Brittany, we're getting late. Do you have anything else you want to add?
I mean, again, I just could have never imagined that this would be where I'm sitting right now, dealing with you here and us being on the chopping block and being torn apart. We are educators. We are born with a love of teaching and educating children, and you have ripped that from us over something that makes 0 sense. Zero. When you've had vaccinated staff spread COVID and shut down classrooms, let alone this entire school shut down, gone to distance learning because positive staff cases, all 100% vaccinated. You have zero justification to do what you're doing. And you sitting here picking us apart, ripping us apart over a career that we've dedicated to teaching and caring for children is disgusting. It's disgusting.
I have nothing further.
The witness's testimony with regard to counsel for the school department is stricken. Ms. Rapport, do you have any questions?
Ms. Diori, I appreciate that you're angry and you're focusing on me. I'm going to ask you a few questions anyway.
Go ahead.
So you worked for a period of time in Pawtucket and worked with the children there.
I did.
Okay. And you've been suspended and then dismissed from this school district where you apparently had hopes of remaining forever, or at least
For the rest of my career,
Right.
correct.
And you're passionate about working with children with special educational needs. That's been your training, correct?
All children, yes.
Okay. But you're certified in special education?
I'm certified in many things. I did read the certifications, yes.
Okay. So what else other than special education?
Special ed, I'm certified as a regular classroom teacher, I'm certified in ESL, and I'm certified in bilingual dual language education.
And you know that Pawtucket, for example, doesn't have a vaccine mandate,
They don't.
and neither does Providence, right?
They don't.
And neither does Central Falls.
They don't.
Okay. Have you applied to any school districts?
I
other-
haven't applied to school districts, no.
Just let her finish her
okay.
question before you answer.
Have you applied to any school districts to try to get employment for the remainder of the year?
I have not.
Do you intend to?
I have been looking, and either jobs are, I'm not qualified to, or certified to teach, excuse me, not qualified, I meant certified to teach. Either they're in older grades that I'm not qualified for or certified for.
Okay. So you've been looking, but you haven't actually filled out an application?
I have not.
Have you found any jobs out there for which you're qualified?
I have not.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Mr. Piccirillo?
I have nothing further in arrest.
All right, now we're at the point of closing arguments. Ms. Rapport?
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
It's your time for a closing argument.
Are we doing closings?
Well, I have a brief closing.
Okay. All right. I could just have 1 minute.
Sure. What? 11 o'clock, what time? Or not?
So I'll do a brief closing.
Please proceed.
So as Ms. Tebow made clear at the beginning of this conversation, the issue here is not whether the vaccine mandate was a good idea or a bad idea, despite the understandable frustration that the particular individuals before you feel. The question that is in front of you in this proceeding is whether the basis for the termination conformed to the definition of good and just cause under the law. And that law is established as a body of law that emanates from the Department of Ed and other arbitral decisions. And a consistently upheld basis for terminating an employee, even on a single incident is refusal to conform to a policy or regulation is the way the statute describes it, that is adopted by the school committee. Now, you can quibble with whether that regulation was a good idea or a bad idea. You can have a lawsuit over it, but that's not what's before you. The question that's before this committee is whether its decision to impose a accommodation that was not solicited, namely a 2-month period of holding the job, followed by a dismissal if the individual remained unvaccinated, was a fair consequence, whether it was imposed in a way that provided sufficient notice to the individuals, and whether it was done in an arbitrary and capricious manner. Those are the issues that are in front of the committee. The evidence from Mr. Missouri provided overwhelming evidence of notice. There couldn't have been more notice and more consistent notice, short of having every individual enter Mr. Missouri's office and be individually told about what was going on. There was clear evidence that on the same day that the draft policy was approved by the subcommittee, it went directly to the leadership of the union. There was clear evidence that repeatedly in the protocols, which were linked to the communications, which protocols were regularly viewed by staff, there was description of the vaccine mandate. There's clear, undisputed evidence that in the letter of September 20, there were links not only to the policy itself, but to the particular guidance form that was used by the Department of Health, to the portal for updating folks about the vaccination. And there was clear notice in the communication of October 18 that the vaccine mandate was a mandate, and that if the individuals did not obtain the vaccination by November 1st, there would be a termination. The issue of the implementation of the exemptions is privileged in the sense that there was an executive session to which the public is not privy about the law. That law is Title VII, and that is not also a subject for discussion here. The question is whether the exemptions were reviewed and whether they were reviewed with fairness and with openness and with a reasonable and principled basis for denial. And that is something that could be adjudicated in another forum. But the only question under Title VII, but the only question in front of this committee is whether he actually did view the exemptions and did take them seriously. These two individuals, one of whom regrettably Mr. Picciarelli has cast aspersion on. I think that the issue of whether a vaccine mandate protected this community is not really in front of you. We realize that this is a difficult decision, but the evidence overwhelmingly supports the notion that, not the notion, but the reality that the vaccine mandate was promulgated to these individuals, and despite repeated notice and opportunity, they did not take the vaccine. That is a decision that they made to determine to not take the vaccine. It's not a coercive act to require it. If there is employment elsewhere, that's a prerogative. But that is not the subject of this conversation. Whether this committee should have adopted a policy of this rigor is not for the conversation today. So we urge you to uphold your original decision and leave intact the efforts that have ensued through the superintendent and his staff to find highly qualified replacements. Thank you.
Mr. Piccirilli.
Thank you. Members of the committee, I'm here in a kind of an awkward situation, and so are you, because of the way the law is written in Rhode Island. The way it's written is you make a decision to fire someone, and then we have to come back to you and ask you to admit you were wrong. That's really tough for most people. You make a decision, and you feel bound by the decision you made. The benefit of having a delay between October and now is a lot's happened since then. I didn't get into evidence. I'm not going to argue it about not being allowed to have that put in, but you know the reality of what's changed in the last few months. You know the Department of Health has dropped the healthcare mandate for healthcare workers, the vaccine mandate for healthcare workers. You know that people are getting their jobs back that have been fired for not taking the vaccine. The world has changed. It's changed rapidly. It's okay to say, you know what, maybe we overreacted. Maybe we were too harsh when this all started. Maybe we got advice from people that we want to reconsider. This is your opportunity to do that. When John and Sarah and I, and Christine, when we started practicing labor law, Caroline. When we started practicing labor law, especially in the education context, one of the things we learned is that termination is the equivalent of capital punishment. It's a capital punishment for their career. And it should only be used for people who commit capital crimes. Is the refusal to take this vaccine because of a sincerely held religious belief a capital crime? We don't think so. We hope you don't think so. I could go through cases, I could argue statutes. I'm not going to debate that with you now. What's the purpose? You know what our legal position is. I'm sure you've been advised by your counsel many times about what your legal potential liabilities are and what your strengths are. So I'm not going to insult your intelligence and waste time arguing that now. I'm simply going to appeal to your good common sense and decency to reconsider what you've done to these people. That's all. I have nothing further.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's 10:49. Our stenographer has indicated that she is only able to stay, and we appreciate very much her efforts tonight, doing a difficult job, till 11 o'clock, which means that after 11 o'clock, we do not have a transcript, and both parties are entitled under state law to have a transcript. The question becomes for both parties, how do you wish to proceed?
I don't know that the law requires the transcript to include, well, obviously the deliberations are going to be separate.
Right.
You're just going to come out and vote. I would certainly be willing to waive the requirement of a transcript for that vote. I don't know if you have a clerk that can do it, or somebody will have to be designated as the clerk to take the vote. But I mean, I really would like to get this done tonight. And
Yeah, the stenographer wouldn't be participating in deliberations anyway. So
is it my understanding then, Ms. Rapport, that you are also waiving the stenographer once the school committee goes into deliberations, comes out of deliberations, and takes a vote?
yeah, I think your statutory obligation ends when you end the evidence.
Okay.
And then and to the extent it doesn't, I think you can excuse the stenographer.
I just want I just want to make sure that both sides are waiving.
Yeah, and I would agree. And again, if we could just identify someone who will act as the clerk to take the roll call vote.
I will take the,
That-
I
and
will
I
act
would
as
agree
the
with that.
clerk if I have to. Okay, then at this point, the school committee is going to recess to executive session to deliberate, and then they will return and make a motion. Thank
And
you.
is the stenographer able, I think you want to just
Yes, and the
officially?
stenographer is excused at this point.
Okay.
Thank you so much. What? The stenographer is excused. Thank you so much for your
Thank
service.
you.
so good to me.
Just hold on to it.
At this time, I would like to ask the school committee, anybody has a motion to uphold the decision the school committee made on October 28th, 2021 at the pre-termination hearing.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
And I believe we will do a roll call vote at this time.
Gina Bay,
Aye.
Megan Douglas,
Aye.
Erica Sevitson,
Aye.
Patrick McCran, Amanda Bass.
Aye.
The vote is 4-1.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.